Hey there, Drew with Auditing Reno 911. Thanks for watching my videos. I've been dealing with the Jason Bueno saga where I was illegally arrested and hotboxed, and I've been sharing a lot of videos from that. If you've been watching, you watched some of the court proceedings where Deputy Bueno took me to court trying to get a restraining order against me because he was afraid of me and my camera and what I post online. That got turned down, but one of the things that came up in that hearing is he made an accusation that I'm highly editing these videos to make him look bad and to push my narrative. So what I've decided to do is, this video will be edited, just by the way, just like everything is. I'm going to have to clip the videos together. So what you're going to see, if you've already watched them, you don't want to watch it again, I'm letting you know. This is pretty much a lot of what I've already posted. I am leaving the boring parts in that I normally take out. The only parts that I'll be editing will be this intro part. I'll be clipping all of the videos together, so it'll be one long continuous video. And then I'm going to clip out the parts that show my identification and some things that could, not benefit me if other people got a hold of them. Personal privacy and all. So just like the cops block out some ID scenes, I'm going to get rid of those scenes where my driver's license is showing and they're giving out some other information that I want to keep private. Anyways, if you want to see the whole video, I would recommend you do a public records request to Carson City. I'll put a link in the description. I'd also ask everybody, if you haven't already done so, to petition your government to complain if you don't think that what they did here was correct and they broke some rules and broke some laws and violated my constitutional rights, and we need to get them back on track so that government follows the Constitution and honors our rights and protects us instead of prosecuting us. Anyways, here you go. Enjoy the videos. Going to be a really long one, and check it out.
What's your 20? I'm at the Frontier Plaza area on Carson. That's 105 there. Copy. Seventeen 689, I'll be by Pritchett, okay. That's one.
Blue shirt, khaki shorts, maybe 50s, 60s.
Okay.
501.
Sounds like the subject's trying to do some sort of person, I don't know. If you just start a supervisor. but we'll be trying to make contact with him. He's in the prison parking lot right now, recording pictures of cars.
S4 break 3495. $34.95. You're scratchy. However, 501 is requesting a response at NNC parking lot. F4. Copy at 1415. $671.
About to go traffic.
Go ahead.
Oh, it's 664 Yellow Haven, Nevada. One Dodge Minivan in front of high school.
Tom 476. What? A volunteer requesting a traffic unit at Pine and Hot Springs. Negative. Sorry, I didn't realize you were manning a beat today. Go ahead.
We'll respond back to that UTL.
10-4.
Top 7.
671.
I missed. Was there a call that was pending?
A volunteer requesting a response, however, it puts you on a traffic call.
Simple. John 404, you're trying to get me off the radio.
Can you get a sergeant for me, please? Can you get a sergeant for me, please?
501, working up for you. Cancel.
Sheriff, can you get a sergeant for me, please?
10-4, 3495, did you copy?
495, you're firm. 501, 495, 21. We're moving out at Money Tree, follow.
10-4. Correction, 5359, 5359.
443, case over.
5359, 5359.
No, stay on. 10-8-2-1.
10-4.
No, stay on. 20 minutes.
Go ahead.
056, Mary 71, Savannah, 700.
Clear expired since July 28 on an 08 Toyota wagon.
Or you show me traffic, Solomon, and Goldfield.
Solomon at Goldfield.
No, stay on. Final stop, Solomon and Como.
10-4.
Seventeen traffic.
617.
7 out of 513, 357, Mills Park.
Mills Park.
And 3 up K9.
Stand by. Six 11.
Go ahead.
Engineering briefing, are you available for a K9 traffic stop in front of Mills Park? 10-4.
Thompson Dillon. What was the expiration on the 28th?
July 28th.
Simple.
Carson 6776.
Go ahead.
Maybe 1076 to jail with 1J3 code 4.
Code word.
617, what's the last four of it?
8488. 8488.
Simple.
443.
443.
And then out to detention with 1J3 code 4.
Copy at 1430.
Okay, so you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and may be used against you in a court of law. You have a right to talk to an attorney and have an attorney present with you if you wish. You can choose at any time not to make any statements or answer any questions. Do you understand those rights?
I'm just going to ask you questions, so I've always got the right to make any like.
You are under arrest for trespassing and obstructing.
I'm not obstruct. What is it that I take to obstruct?
I think you're a little confused on how this may work, and that's fine. Okay, but you don't get to do the interrogation on me. That'll be in your probable cause complaint, okay?
I just want to know what
I'm not gonna debate with you. That's not how it works, okay?
you got a right to know. You're not going to jump out. You're going to do what you got to do. I'm going to do what I got to do. I'm going to do everything everybody expects.
443. Did we run the mail? That's a rebar first approved.
So how do you get that?
That's negative.
1063. Less of Robert, Ida, Boy, Adam, Robert. First of Drew, normal spelling. DOB 59 of 68.
Copy.
You also run criminal history and facts to Joe.
1243.
Go ahead.
You've got no criminals.
I'm sorry, you trailed off tonight.
Negative criminal history on your subject.
Temple. Control 443 North Gate 1J3 Code 4. Alright, sir, step on out, please. Okay. Face the car right here. Just put your feet apart. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon everybody. We're here at Northern Nevada Correctional Center on Tuesday, August 30th of 2022. And we're going to take a look at the publicly accessible areas of the prison here. Go look at the parking lot for the guests. Film from the outside what we can visibly see. And the hope, the goal, is to do a First Amendment audit where our constitutional rights to film in public and act as a member of the press, be a member of the press, is respected. And that way the people can see the information that's gathered, and you all can make your own decisions about what's going on in our country with our tax dollars. So let's take a look here at what it is. And we're gonna, there's the road we gotta go down. There's a big old truck. Big old place. And that's where we're going to be going. Let's go see what happens. Hello. Looks like they're going. Hi there.
How you doing, sir?
What's your
What can
name?
we do for you?
What's your name?
Lieutenant Ryer. What can we do for you?
I'm just taking pictures and filming.
Okay. Could you do it off the property, please?
Is this a public roadway?
No, this is not a public roadway.
Where does it say
This
there's?
belongs to the prison, sir. I need you to film off our
Where,
property.
where does it say no trespassing?
Sir, I'm asking you to please film off the property. Otherwise, I'll have Carson SO come tell you to get off the property.
Well, can you show me where it says no trespassing?
No, sir, I'm not showing you anything. I'm telling you, you need to
Okay.
leave the property.
Well, then if
I'm a
there's no,
sworn peace officer for the state of Nevada,
I appreciate
It's not
that.
an unlawful order, so could I please
Okay,
get you to go
so-
off the property?
If it's not an
Yes or no,
unlawful,
sir?
it's not an unlawful.
Sir, yes or no, so I can call Carson SO.
Well, let me ask them. You're saying I don't get to ask
I will
questions.
call Carson SO and let them know.
Okay.
Thank you.
Tell them that I'm exercising my constitutional rights. Okay. Well, that was quick. Okay. Well, that was quick. Okay, there we go. Okay, here we go. So we've already been stopped. And we got EX 61630. And hi there. Okay, so we need to go up here. And we're gonna go look for a no trespassing sign. Okay. And we're gonna wait to go across the street here. And double check and make sure we're not missing any no trespassing signs. Okay. No trespassing signs anywhere that I can visibly see here. And we'll just kind of keep going over here now. These guys are surrounding my truck. They're preventing my path of movement down a public road. There's no parking signs here. And who's this in here? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And what was your name again?
Lieutenant Ryer, I already told you, sir.
And do you have a badge number?
Ryer and license.
Need a minute, sir.
Do you have a badge number? Please identify. Let's look in the back of the van here. Thank God I'm not back here. Closing the window.
Yes, sir.
And what's your badge number?
10,300.
10,300. Okay. So just to let you know what I'm involved in.
Sir, I'm not worried about what you're involved in. You're on our property. I need you to leave. I have nothing else to say until Carson and Zoe rise. Thank you.
Again, where are the... Okay. I'm going to go keep walking then, okay? Again, so he says there's a... So we see no parking signs. We see that. Okay, so I'm going to say it real loud with your rolled-up window. So I'd like you to read Fordyce versus Seattle. That's case law.
Sir, I've already...
Hang on, I'm telling you that right now under NRS 197-200, you're oppressing my rights under the color of law. So your qualified immunity may not exist. It's a violation of constitutional rights under federal law on the criminal side of Title 18 USC 242. 241 is conspiracy when you bring two or more into it to violate constitutional rights. I'm exercising my constitutional right to film in public. The most recent court, the 10th Circuit in July 22nd in Izari versus Yahia. So that's your case law for what I'm doing. You have a nice day. Okay, and that one says, no parking, no use of tobacco. Well, it's a good thing I don't smoke. on the roadway here, right next to, well, we can see my feet how close I am to the road here. So I should be on the public easement. Again, a no parking sign. No other signs on the pole. Missing nothing. Looking around for some more. Again, no more signs. Well, that was pretty fast response just for looking at their sign on the road. Oh, pretty crazy. I am good. How are you?
Sergeant Smith, I'm the shift sergeant today.
What? Could I hang on a second? Let me get a little closer so I can hear you. What's your name and your badge number?
I'm Sergeant Smith.
Sergeant Smith?
Yes, sir.
And your number?
I don't have a badge number. I have an employee ID number, 38095.
38095. Thank you.
Can I ask what you're doing out here?
I'm exercising my constitutional right to film in public and to disseminate the information as a member of the press.
Okay. I can only let you go so far, sir. You can't come on the state's property. We're not allowing you on there. You're also not wearing the right colors for that. If you wear a blue shirt, we can mistake you for an inmate.
Well, let me ask a question here. Is this a public road?
This is the state's owned road.
So the state owns this road?
I believe they do, yes.
Okay. Are there any no trespassing signs from?
I don't know. Did you see any on your way in, sir?
I documented everything, and there are no trespassing signs that I can find. Do you have any posted that I may have missed?
I'm unaware. If you can go back there and check, you'd be more than willing to go back there.
I've already documented my 2 cameras.
Okay.
To make sure I'm not violating any laws.
Right.
So, is this a publicly funded road, open to the public? And if I'm a visitor, can I come down this road and park?
Are you here to visit an inmate?
I'm here to do my business.
Okay. Well, I will let you know, sir, that we have called the sheriff's department.
Okay.
And they will be on their way.
Okay.
This is a state facility. It's a correctional center, and we
I understand
have
that.
guys walking around here filming for safety reasons.
Well, no, I don't want to go in any secured area. I don't want to go in anywhere that says authorized personnel only. I only want to go into publicly accessible areas. That's why I'm very conscious of asking you if there's trespassing signs. That's why I'm trying to make sure I'm engaging with you and telling you exactly what I'm doing.
Right.
I'm not avoiding you. As you mentioned, I'm wearing a blue shirt. I've never been to this prison before. I don't know what your rules are on the inside, but the rules on the inside, I haven't been convicted of anything, and I'm exercising a constitutional right.
No, I understand that.
So if you want to interfere with that constitutional right, you're probably going to lose qualified immunity, and I'd rather educate than litigate. So I'd much rather discuss this with you and try to explain to you what my rights are, or anybody else's rights are, with the camera.
Okay.
Okay? So do you want to interfere with me accessing a public roadway?
You can access a public roadway if you believe this is a public roadway, by all means. But I'm refusing to let you on the state's property.
Oh, I don't want on the state's property. Anywhere that the public can go here, I should be able to go, right?
100%.
So where does the state's property begin that's not public?
Well, the state actually owns the land that you're actually standing on.
Oh, the state owns all this land.
Yes,
But there's a difference between restricted areas, which this has a lot of restricted areas, and I don't want to go near any of those. And it has a lot of publicly accessible areas like this public road that I haven't gotten down to yet, where I could go even check in at your office if I wanted to check in, right?
If you had business, absolutely.
Well, so you're saying the First Amendment is not business?
Excuse me?
You're saying that the First Amendment of the Constitution, freedom of the press, freedom of the people, to gather information and disseminate it to others.
You coming into my office is conducting that business. You're coming into the secured location if you're coming into my office. Absolutely.
Have I come into your secured location?
You were saying you could come into my secured location.
No,
those were your words.
If I came into your office, if it's open to the public, is not a secured location.
My office is not open to the public.
Then I won't go in there.
100%.
But if I were to go into an area that's open to the public, say if I wanted to check in to visit somebody, that's open to the public, right?
Have you submitted a visiting application?
I don't know the rules yet. That's why I came here to show what you need to do to be here.
A visiting application is needed.
I don't know what's required here.
I'm going. A visiting application?
I'm coming here to find out what's required. So shouldn't the public be able to get to the front door to a publicly accessible area to find out what your rules are?
You can have visiting applications sent to you by our offenders here.
Okay.
You can also go to building 17 over here to gather that information and more content if you
want.
want.
Is that clearly marked anywhere on the road driving up here?
It says right on the road.
I didn't see it.
Go right back out and make a left. It'll be on your left-hand side.
I didn't see it. It was clearly marked for me driving along.
Did you document it in your
I record everything. Yes.
So did you document that our main building is right over here?
I didn't even see that over there, and I'm not seeing a main building right over there.
That's what I told you. Go out there up to the road, make a left. It's about an eighth of a mile down the road.
Right. The only sign that I really noticed coming up here is it says no trucks on Edmonds Way. But other than that, I didn't see any signs for anything else. But other than that, I'd like to continue down the public roadway to any public parking to where visitors may park and see what they go through to come and see their friends and family that may be incarcerated inside. Is that illegal? Are you going to permit me to do that?
Have I stated I was going to?
I'm asking. You're standing in my way, impeding my path.
There's many ways you can walk.
Well, I want to stay very close to the. I'm trying to purposely stay close to the roadway.
Okay.
And the reason for that is I don't want to go off the public easement. Like there's a fence right there. I wouldn't go past that fence, but I don't even want to go close to the fence because I'm not certain in my brain of exactly how far the easement from the state-funded road comes over. So that's that's where I'm trying.
Coming into it?
No, I've done research, but I need to make sure. There's always an easement, a public easement with a roadway.
So you didn't completely do your research to find out where it ended?
I haven't done is it 30 feet or 40 feet or 60 feet? I'm certain that I'm within 2 feet of the road, I'm safe.
Okay.
And if you need to arrest me because you think I've trespassed, or actually you can't arrest me because there are no signs anywhere, and I haven't been trespassed, and can you trespass me?
I was going to arrest you.
I'm just trying to be very clear in what can happen here. So I'm trying to be very clear. This is a public road, right?
This is a public road.
This is a public roadway, yes. Where we're standing, and I'm within inches of it, right? I'm within inches of the roadway. Therefore, I won't be hit by cars, hopefully. So if I keep walking, are you going to interfere with me?
I'm not going to interfere with you.
Okay, thank you. There's a sign right here. What's this sign say? And nothing there. Nothing there. No signs. There's not even signs down there. And that's a public road right there, but we won't access that. Okay, office and delivery, Q&D. And let's see what we can get here. And boys and girls, it's hot out here today. I'm sweating. It's like 95. Hopefully the boys and girls didn't offend anybody. I don't want to assume anything in today's world. Ah, Lord help us all. Are you still following me, aren't you, buddy? And let's see here. Okay. Let's see what this sign says. It says, all persons and vehicles subject to search. Okay, they can search me. Firearms, weapons, drugs, and alcohol prohibited. Don't have any firearms, no weapons, no drugs, and I certainly don't want to be prosecuted for NRS 212-160. Let's go ask this guy since he wants to engage. Okay, so that doesn't say anything there. The sign's not very good. Where's he going? He doesn't want to engage? Okay. Here you go. Let's see here. We got no weapons. Nothing there. Nothing there. Come search me if you want. Not seeing anything that says private property. Or no trespassing or anything else. Okay, what does this one say? Fasten seat belts. And again, no more. Oh, there's some signs behind here. What do they say? One says 25 miles an hour. And the other one says Northern Nevada Correctional Facility. What's it say on the bottom of the sign? Nevada Department of Prisons is what it says. Okay, so we checked that sign. And that sign, they got all these covered up under these trees. Buckle up for safety, seat belt use required. Huh. Pray for Ellie. Is that pray for law enforcement? Oh, visiting it says. Reserved parking. There's the warden's car. Does the warden get a state car? Or is that not the warden's car?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
How may I help you?
I'm just taking pictures.
No, sir. You cannot do this. I'm the warden of this complex.
Oh, good. What's your name, sir? Hang on. Let me get closer so I can hear you, sir. Let me get closer so I can hear you. Can I get closer so I can hear you? Can I get closer so I can hear you?
No, sir.
Oh, I can't get closer so I can hear you.
I'm going to ask you to remove yourself from the property.
Okay, is this
Trespassing on state property.
Is this
you are in an unauthorized position property, sir?
Okay.
I need you to remove yourself from the premises, sir.
What's your name, sir?
Sir, I need you to remove yourself from the premises.
What's your name, sir?
Because you're not authorized to be on the property.
Sir, what's your name?
This is a state property.
Sir,
I'm asking you. Have we called the loan lock boy?
Yeah, he's right here.
This gentleman is trespassing on property, and he refuses to remove himself.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you from that far away.
I'm sorry.
And sir,
this gentleman is trespassing on the property.
Sir, can you identify yourself?
I'm the warden of the company.
And what's your name?
So I'm asking him to be removed as a trespasser.
Sir, what is your name? You've engaged with me, sir. What is your name?
He came onto the property without permission.
Sir, what is your name?
Is the facilities on lockdown?
Yes, it is.
This is disrupting operations.
This is disrupting operations.
Sir, what is your name?
Okay. Put that down. Put your hands behind your back.
Okay.
He is creating disturbance on the property.
I'm not going to risk these guys at all. Okay, can I advise you one thing?
No, you may not. Right now, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can maybe use against you in court.
NRS 197-200.
Excuse me, I didn't interrupt you, did I?
NRS 197-200.
Okay, if you don't want to hear your rights, then we're not going to talk about it.
Well, NRS 197-200, so you're not going to Mirandize me. Interesting.
I'm not going to ask you any questions. Step over to my vehicle.
Okay.
Forward if you're one detained. You're in custody.
And what am I doing? Where was the...
Go ahead.
Explain everything to you. Right now you're not on the Miranda.
I'm just asking you questions.
So you don't have a right to ask me questions. You have a right to hop on in there.
Can I twist this way?
Yep.
What's your 20? I'm in the Frontier Plaza area. Where's he at?
That was my warden. If you guys create a case number,
Right, he advised you that the corner of the parking lot at the
he's on foot.
building.
Yeah, he's on foot. He parked his truck here. There's no parking signs right here.
Did you guys contact him at all?
I did. I tried talking to him. I was like, we're not going to let you on the state property, so you're going to impede my right. I was like, I'm just letting you know, I've notified deputies, they're going to come here.
What did he say? Did he give a reason at all?
He just exercising his First Amendment rights.
Just, okay.
I have to lock down my whole yard. My camp's locked down. We have to go in the community and pull the inmates off the community in case it's an attempted escape. So it's a big fiasco for us. We don't have any no trespassing signs up, obviously, because we got...
But as far as the prison property goes, I mean, you guys have discretion to have people leave when it comes to...
100%.
Yeah. Okay.
So he said this is a public roadway, which in fact it is a public roadway because we've got visitors coming and going, obviously. Yeah. But when it comes down to it, like I asked him, I was like, "Are you here for a visit?" He said, "I don't know the process." I said, "You need a visiting form. You can get those from an offender, can send them to you, or you can get them from our main building over here at 5500." And he said, "Well, I need to go down there and figure it out." I said, "You are not allowed in any buildings." He said, "Are you going to impede my way?" I said, "No, I'm not." But I also don't know where, because this is the first time we've encountered it. So I don't know what our options are. We want it gone.
Well, it's a prison. I mean, if you're
you guys can trespass them from the property.
Easily.
Yeah. No, I'm the shift sergeant right now. We 100% want them off.
Okay. Let's go contact them real quick.
Blue shirt, khaki shorts, maybe 50s, 60s.
Okay.
501.
Sounds like the subject's trying to sort of First Amendment on it. Maybe he just started supervisor, but we'll be trying to make contact with him. He's in the prison parking lot right now, recording pictures of cars.
And for break 3495. $34.95.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you from that far away.
I'm sorry. This gentleman is trespassing on the property.
Okay.
He continued. I'm the warden of the complex.
And what's your name?
So I'm asking him to be removed as a trespasser.
Sir,
he
what
doesn't
is your
have
name?
authorization to be on the property.
Understood.
He's not an employee here. He came onto the property without permission.
Sir,
And my understanding is the facility is on lockdown because
Yes,
of
it
this.
is.
This is disrupting operations.
This is disrupting operation.
Okay.
Sir, what is your name?
Okay. Put that down. Put your hands behind your back.
Okay.
There's a disturbance on the property.
I'm not going to listen to this guys at all. Okay, can I advise you one thing?
No, you may not. Right now, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and may be used against you in a court.
NRS
You have a.
197-200.
Excuse me, I didn't interrupt you, did I?
NRS
Okay, if you don't want to hear your rights, then we're not going to talk about it.
Well, NRS 197-200, so you're not going to land that.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you any questions. Step over to my vehicle.
Okay.
.443-1 detained.
So I'm detained. Okay. Thank you, sir.
You're in custody at this point.
Yes, I'm just asking questions.
Okay, go ahead and spread your feet apart.
Well, in here if you want to get in there.
Thank you. We're going to get everything now. With the search incident to arrest.
And what am I being arrested for?
You're being arrested for trespassing.
Okay, so where was the no trespassing signs?
Go ahead.
Were there no trespassing signs?
Well, fine. I'll explain everything to you, but right now I'm not under Miranda, so I'm not going to ask you any questions.
I'm just asking you questions.
Well, you don't have a right to ask me questions at this point. You have a right to get in the car.
I'm good. What's the best way to do this?
Hop on in there.
Can I twist this way?
Yep. There you go. Shut that off if you want. Okay, so my understanding is he's on state property. And you guys, what's the big sign over there say when you guys are coming in? Is that like a search thing?
No tobacco, no entrance, but all individuals that report onto the property, they have to still be cleared to come onto the property with proper notification. He just wanders on the property and refused to acknowledge himself. He refused to adhere to the command of you need to leave the property because this is a prison. It's not a
this is not like a DMV downtown or something.
No,
this isn't the post office. This is the sheriff's office.
This is a secure facility.
There's no Freedom of Information Act request here.
So,
okay.
So whatever
we need some statements.
I'll be happy to.
So that way we have someone from the state here, that's going to press.
Yeah, no problem.
And then we're going to have to probably tow his truck too.
Yeah.
Well, he's in custody now.
Yeah, tow his truck.
Okay. You need to get the statements and the tow.
I'll work on that.
Okay. So my partner's going to get the statements. Is there any other specific NRS that's applicable as far as it comes to on the trespassing on the prison or something like that?
You guys have a card on you?
Mm-hmm. What's that?
You have a card on you?
Yeah.
I'll pull it up and email it directly to you.
All the information. And because again, every individual that comes onto this property, they have to be clear to come onto the property.
Okay. And where are they supposed to check in? Is it the gatehouse? Is it visiting?
Actually, we received notice through the administration,
okay,
which would in turn be the gatehouse, and the individual would be notified who's coming onto the property.
Okay.
So that's why you just can't show up and just start, and definitely not taking photos or whatever.
Okay. So who all had contact with him? Was it?
I'm here as a warden because I'm the warden, so I did. That's why I came out.
I'll probably.
So definitely.
I think the warden would obviously carry some weight as far as you made contact with him.
Yep.
I mean, not just saying that you guys don't carry weight as well as your authority on the property, but if we have you guys do a statement,
I am.
And then we'll get the 51 going, and then I'll book him.
Did he give you his name?
We have it off of his. We have his wallet there, and then we have his registration off the vehicle.
Can I get that?
Yeah, for sure.
I'll be notified.
Do you have a second? So, do you have that other charge you were talking about? Because I'm gonna take him in now.
I don't have it handy. I don't recall the NRSs off the top of my head. Do you want written statements or is it good for?
Well, I need written statements. Yeah, they're going to be on our statement form.
That's what I was figuring.
I'm sure he's probably one of those advocacy groups.
I'm sure he is, and I don't really care about his agenda. I just care about that. Obviously, he's disrupting the flow of business here. We routinely contact suspicious vehicles that are on the property because obviously it's a flight risk or anything else.
For sure.
I've even been here when a plane landed on the backfield years ago.
Hey Clark, can you do me a favor?
Yes, sir.
When y'all guys go inside, tell Ms. Martha, look at my desktop. My old cards are in there and bring one out to you. If there's any in the top drawer, just pull it out by the computer. What's his name?
I'm going to give you this.
Okay, cool.
And then my partner's going to give you guys official statement forms.
No problem.
And then that way we have everything going on. I'll need your information as far as the one that's pressing the actual trespass. You guys clearly advised him back there.
Yep.
And then he refused all this time, multiple times. Okay.
Yeah, I gave him several orders to do.
So if anybody had contact with him that gave him that trespass verbally, and he refused, I'll need that kind of in your guys' statements.
Yeah.
So that way it kind of shows how many times he disregarded that and the disruption it kind of caused as far as supervision and administration went.
Yeah.
And I'll give you guys a case number here.
Yes, sir.
443 case number. I'll write it down here for you.
If you just want to shoot it to me off, once it's down there, we'll just go back.
Wake up, girls. 443 case number.
5359 5359.
Okay, let that dry for a second because that's going to smudge for just a few minutes. Let me make sure my partner. Is bringing in statements. Okay.
Yeah,
Can you give them statements?
I'm gonna
What are you doing? Who are you talking to? Reagan?
Yeah, no, I'll get citizen's arrest and all that, and then we're going to tow his car as well. So. Yes.
Did he call you? Here, I don't have my phone on me.
Okay. 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 Yeah, you got it. Okay. Cool. No, it was all the shift sergeant told him, the lieutenant told him, and the warden told him, and he still didn't leave. So. Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. Okay, bye.
Did you call him or did he call you?
He had me call him because I called him down here just to get him going, just in case that guy, if anything, went south.
Good.
But
We're going to do statements to the effect of the trespassing. This is it's a prison. It's a controlled area. All visitors are required to check in. He didn't do any of that. He refused to leave. They're on lockdown. So if you can just get statements, the warden's going to do a statement.
Do you want to do obstructing? I mean, they're cops.
Yeah.
I mean, you could do obstruct. I mean, it obviously obstructed their duties to have to.
Let me see if there's another specific.
Is there like interfering with the day-to-day operations of a prison or something like that?
Yeah.
One of the lieutenants is pulling those arrests.
Okay, cool. Well, we would do trespassing, obstructing for you guys, right? We would probably need to leave you. Thank you. You know, obviously he's obstructing you guys. You guys are state peace officers, so he's obstructing your ability to do your work. But if there's another specific NRS, then I need to add that because I'm going to take him down now. So if you can just give that to him, and then he can call me. Because I'm going to go down and start the paperwork on it.
Cool.
But yeah, I mean, he wants to do an audit. I don't know what his intentions are. Obviously, it's probably clear. However, this is an extremely controlled environment. I mean, we check in here before we come in. So
Audit of what? Audits are authorized. They get clearance to do audits.
Right.
We don't have any paperwork to say you're here to do an audit. So you're here as a violator.
Right. And have you received paperwork before as far as, I mean, just from other people that if they're going to come do an audit, and that's the standard? Okay. If you could put that in there just roughly, you don't have to name names, but you routinely get requests for an audit. There was no request that was forwarded. This was a surprise, obviously major disruption of the yard and everything else. So can you get them written?
Yep.
And then I'm going to get him going down there so we get everybody out of the sun.
And then on the tow, just because it's on your guys' property and everything, our sergeant's saying it's probably cleaner if you guys call for whatever process you normally go through to tow cars off your property. So
they probably don't do that often.
Yeah.
So
we don't normally have people towed off. Because normally we tell people, hey, you can't be here. They turn around and go leave.
He's in our custody. I would say that we tow it, so that way it's safe. Okay. We'll take care of the tow, and then he's going to get you some written statements as detailed as possible, and then I'll take him down.
207-200.
207-200. Is there any subsection at all?
Was there a subsection to that NRS?
No Angry Birds. You're looking up. I thought you were playing Angry Birds.
NRS 207-201A goes on to the land or in a building or another right. And then there's a B. Willfully goes or remains upon any land or in any building after having been warned.
That's just normal trespass.
Not trespass.
Just a trespass, normal.
Just normal trespass.
If there's anything that's applicable to like prison property, you know, that would be great to be able to put on there.
I'll find something.
I mean, I'll articulate it, but it would be good if there's a specific NRS. So
like disrupting.
And then let me know. I'm gonna get him down. Okay. You have my card?
I got it.
Okay. Do you have any other questions, sir?
Hold on.
Okay.
I'm about to tell you something. You may be searching YouTube or something. I think this guy may be with one of his advocates groups that was down at the State House today. What is it? What's that group? Strong,
I don't
whatever.
have it yet.
Yeah, Return Strong. So, got a trespasser today just on the property. We had Carson to come. He's now being detained by them because he refused to leave the property. He was on the property taking videos, unauthorized videos, and I came out and he refused to acknowledge my request to leave. Carson is now having him in possession. They're going to take him to process and looking for trespassing. So just want to give you a heads up just in case you get something as the PIO. And I'm going to be sending the director as well as get her an update in reference to that SIT report on that activity. So just want to give you a heads up so you'll be aware of it too, okay? Yeah. Yeah. No, he never admitted. I don't know what group he's with, but I'm just assuming he's with some type of advocacy group, but I don't know whom because he refused to acknowledge what his purpose on the property. Because he came on the property and he refused to adhere to the directions of the mobile patrol, and he continued to walk onto the property. And so when they showed up, they did put him, he's now detained, and they're going to take him down and process him. So, but I'll send you an email and then everything, and I'll send the director and the deputy update text SIT rep on it. So that's what I got. All right? Yeah, in the process of leaving now. Okay. Thank you. Okay, bye. So I was speaking actually to the PIO, to the other deputy, so just want to make him be able on it.
Understood.
So,
okay, so we're going to do them on the trespassing. We're going to do them on the obstructing.
Yeah.
Just make sure when we're writing about how many times you guys have told them, and then like maybe something like it's not uncommon that you guys do receive these audits. However, they go through the official process. All visitors are required on this prison. I mean, you guys know the prison more than I do. So whatever, if you can just clarify that in your statement a little bit, as well as your boys, as far as their contact with him, him ignoring all their requests. And did anybody ask him ID at all on the property?
Not to my knowledge, because I just asked him what was his name. He refused to acknowledge me. And, to give me what was his name, the purpose of it.
Okay. So we can do failure to identify too.
Yeah.
He's required to at least give you a name.
Yeah.
Right. And then did you guys ask him for his name at all?
I did not ask him for his name. I just tried to see why he was here and try to direct him off the property to building 17 over there, right down the road, to get some information.
Okay. So those three.
Yeah. Do you want?
And then he can do it's not really a citizen's arrest.
Because they're cops. That's kind of what I'm.
He's the complainant.
Yeah.
He'll be the main reporting party. So this is a really routine charge that we have. It's just it's state property, and so it's a little bit different. But just the statements are going to be sufficient, and you have obviously total authority over the property, so that works for me. And then we'll go from there, and then he'll hang out, and I'll get those from you, and I'll go down and book them.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Sounds good.
Thank you guys.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you, brother.
Any questions? Sir, you have my card. Just let me know. All right. Thank you. You need any more clipboards for them?
Yeah, I'm getting it right now.
I'll get you started on one too. You had the most contact with them up front, or?
I think Lieutenant Ryer had the most contact with them. I had maybe 5 minutes.
That's fine. Just you three is going to be sufficient.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Eight 488 8488.
Four 43. En route to detention with 1J3.
Copy at 1430.
Okay, so you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and may be used against you in a court of law. You have a right to talk to an attorney and have an attorney present with you if you wish. You can choose at any time not to make any statements or answer any questions. Do you understand those rights? You are under arrest for trespassing and obstructing. I think you're a little confused on how this may work, and that's fine. Okay, but you don't get to do the interrogation on me. Well, that'll be in your probable cause complaint, okay? I'm not gonna debate with you. That's not how it works, okay? Did we run the mail? Less of rebar, first of Drew.
That's negative.
Tempo 1063. Less of Robert, Ida, Boy, Adam, Robert. First of Drew, common spelling. D-O-B. And you also run criminal history and facts of the jail. Go ahead.
You got
I'm sorry, it trailed off 10-9.
negative criminal history on your subject.
Tempo. 1J3 code 4. I'm rolling. I'm rolling. Couldn't hear you. I think I'm bringing one in just so you know. All right, sir, step on out, please. Face the car right here. Just put your feet apart. Thank you.
Anything there?
Don't look like you left anything. All right, come on this way.
Left, right.
Make a left. Have a seat in that blue chair, or it used to be a blue chair. Right there.
Black chair.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi.
Uh-oh. Dropping dimes on you.
You doing that?
Whoa.
I can't pick them up with my nails right where it helps. I'm waiting for them to open.
Oh.
It's like we're having a party with
It's a little sweaty back there.
A little bit.
Did the air run in?
No.
I
figured you're trying to hotbox me.
I had the air back there going.
Well, you rolled up the window that left a breeze.
What's that?
You rolled up the window that left a breeze, so like I said,
Yeah,
I
usually do
figured
that
you were
for
just
the
trying to
air
hotbox me.
conditioning, so it's nice and cool in here.
You really do need to go read Daria versus...
I'm sorry?
You really do need to go read the 10th Circuit Court July 22nd
I'm
opinion.
not going into any court today. I'm going to get you in
Zari
for
versus
misdemeanor
yeah.
charges.
No, I understand. I understand what you're doing, but you arrested me for filming in public.
No, I did not.
What did you arrest me for?
I
Then?
told you.
Well,
Trespassing and obstructing.
how did I obstruct?
Okay, I'm not going to get into it.
I
I'm sure
just-
that you have a big plan and idea
No,
of
I
the narrative
don't.
in your mind.
I don't
You can
really.
let that play out, okay?
I'm just asking you questions based on the actions
You were
right now.
asked to leave, and you were asked several times by the warden and by the supervision of the facility, and you refused. You refused to identify yourself. You're required to give your name.
I refuse to identify myself. That's
Okay. And
nobody
that's
ever
gonna
asked.
be in-
Nobody
gonna be in
ever
that
asked.
statement?
Nobody ever asked me to identify.
Okay, well, that's
And when
gonna
I
be in that
asked,
statement.
when I asked the warden
Listen,
to
I'm
identify,
going to just tell you something. I'm
My-
not going to argue with you.
I'm not trying to argue. I'm trying
You
to
can
get
do
answers
this
to
in court
questions.
later on. I don't care what you have to say right
I'm
now
trying
about
to get
that.
answers to questions.
Okay?
So
I'm
what
not answering your
legal-
questions.
What law did I break to be
I
trespassed
explained
from
that to you.
public
I
property?
explained that to you.
What law did I break?
I'm not going to debate anymore. It's clear
There's
that
no
you just
debate.
in this for an argument, and that's fine.
I'm not trying to argue.
That's
I'm just
not what
trying
we're
to
doing
get your
today.
answer to a question.
Okay?
Is
That's
what?
not what's going to happen today.
And how did I obstruct? What physical action did I take to obstruct?
I explained my situation to you. I'm not going to explain it again.
I understand, but obstruction comes with a
Listen, all I can do is explain it to you. I can't understand it for you.
physical
okay?
or a threat.
So just do your thing now.
Well, no, you need to write it down and articulate it, so I'm trying to understand how you're going to
Yeah, I've
articulate
been
it.
doing this for 17 years. So.
I appreciate that. And like I said, I'm
Thank
just
you for
asking.
letting me know I need to articulate the report. I appreciate it.
Well, I
Is
just
there any
want
other
you,
helpful tips that you may need to think that I should do here, or just by all means let
I'm
me know?
just asking
I may
you
not
to-
acknowledge you because I have to do other work here.
I'm just asking you to
So that way I
articulate
can get
for
you out
me.
of handcuffs and get you in there, get you all dried up and do your thing.
I appreciate that. I'm just trying to figure the situation out.
We're gonna have to figure that out after they told you multiple times, okay?
Unlawfully. What lawful order was I ever given?
See, what's kind of sad is you're hung up on a very, very specific thing that you think is the crux of this situation. And no matter what anybody can tell you, you think it's that simple. And that's kind of why you're in this position right now.
Well, the
So
law,
I'm
the law,
done talking about it to you,
simple,
okay?
and I'm just trying to get you to articulate the
I'm
actions that
done.
I
I don't need
took
to articulate it to you right now.
that caused you to take your actions. Because it seemed to me you got there and
I will articulate it where it needs to be articulated.
did zero investigation.
Right now you're still going, and that's fine.
No, I'm not arguing any of that with you. I'm just trying to question where you're at. Have I argued anything with you at all? Or have I just asked you questions?
Okay. No more questions for me. I gotta get this done so I get you out of there.
Well, I appreciate that. I'll keep asking questions. That's what I do. Is I like to ask
I'm
questions so
sure
I
you're
can
gonna do
understand
what
the
you're gonna
situation.
do. That's totally fine with me.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. We appreciate each other. Is this a good current address for you?
What address is that?
Pershing?
Say the whole thing, please.
I'm sorry?
Could you say the whole thing so I can verify it, so, since we're being recorded?
You don't remember your address?
I know my address, but you're reading it and you're verifying whether you're putting it in there. What did you put in the computer?
You sound very silly.
I'm just trying to articulate exact details.
You don't know much about articulating at this point. It's a simple question, but if you want to be on the record as far as your uncooperativeness go, that's...
I'm not trying to be uncooperative. I'm trying to question to make sure you're entering the right data in the computer and you're not giving me a complete address to verify the
I'm going to go off what's on
information.
your driver's license.
Can you verify what's on there so I can...
That's okay. I'm going to verify it off of this here.
I'm more than happy to cooperate and tell you. I just want to know what you're reading so I can make sure you're reading the right thing, sir.
No.
Or are you trying to catch me in a trap? Are you trying to entrap me into something that's...
Oh my goodness.
I'm just asking questions because, I mean, I ask a simple question. You want me to verify an address.
Sorry.
And I want you to know what you're reading so I can
want to be
confirm
rude and
it.
laugh. I'm just going to keep doing this here.
Okay.
Are you employed?
I'm going to exercise my constitutional right to remain silent. Not answer your questions.
Okay. Hello? Can you check with someone and make sure that that camera can go in his property?
They might be in safekeeping because like it's a valuable item.
Sorry?
If you don't bring him in by the time I come back around, I'll check with someone, but just let whoever's doing the intake, let them know. I just have to put his vehicle there.
Okie doke. Hey Jacob, it's Bueno. Can you give me some information? The vehicle wasn't, I don't see linked in the call. So I just need some vehicle information off that 28. I need the year first. Okay, I'll take the plate. What's the plate? Yes. Edward 593. Okay, and the year, please. And is he the RO? Okay. All right, thank you. That's all I need. Bye-bye. So if you're able to make bail, I can see if they'll leave your camera in your evidence bag. If not, then I'll go put it in the evidence vault.
Okay.
Which would you prefer?
Bail shouldn't be a problem unless it's something crazy.
Okay.
But,
go ahead and stand up, step on the black mat and face the larger blue one on the wall, let them know, and hopefully you're booking bail.
Can you repeat that?
Step on the black mat and face the blue one on the wall, please. Right there. Closer. Thank you. So he's going to be a book and bail. So I know this is expensive, but can we put it in his property and he can leave with it, or do you want me to book it in?
If you leave it right away, we'll just...
It's misdemeanor, so just wanted to check with you guys.
I thought you got him on your bail.
What's that?
Or we think he's MPRA, or...
It's two misdemeanor charges, so it should have printed out.
One of them's obstruction, that's got to be reviewed. So.
Yeah, one for judicial review, so he's not going to be MPRA.
He has no criminal history.
But the charge hits a level that says in our
Okay.
flow chart that.
So are you guys able to put this in there? It's just like a phone and a camera.
Oh, it's a gimbal. How much is it worth?
Probably about $3,500 somewhere in there.
Looks expensive. I'd say go here.
Well, you don't. That's evident.
I
Okay.
feel like you're getting off duty right now.
Huh?
You swing your days.
What?
Swing?
20 days?
I said you swing your days.
Days.
Man, that sucks.
Yeah, I know. You love me all. You love me all right. Okay.
So when they review it, they send it up at 5. Sometime in the middle of the night. Usually they'll send it back down, but we don't know.
So you could put it in there if you wanted to help him out.
Well, we could put it in there, but then he might not get out, and stuff's rough in the property room.
Okay. I'll book it in. Tried.
What does that mean?
I'm going to book it into our evidence vault for safekeeping.
Okay, so to get it out of that, what do you need to do? Will you release it?
You have to check it out at the evidence, make an appointment, and have them check it out.
Okay, so what's evidence?
So you go to the front counter when you're released, and then you can make an appointment to get it checked out.
Okay.
You have to meet with the evidence technician, and then we'll check it out.
Okay.
It's just an expensive item, and they don't want it sitting in a bag.
Please don't wreck it. I don't want it wrecked.
There's no reason to wreck it. Not at all. All right, step in this room. Step on the black mat and face a larger blue one on the wall. How much cash is here? They may want that taken too. How much cash?
Oh, in the wallet or
In the little thing there.
in the whole thing?
You know, we're gonna have to count it just off the top of your head.
Probably $1,200, $1,300 somewhere there.
Hopefully, we don't have to look that too. He's got cash on him too, over 1,000. I don't know what you say about that anymore. And he's got an earbud in. A couple of checks. I don't know if they're cash or not. I'll let you do your thing. Thank you. You're welcome.
Can you count the money out? Because that might be as quick as we
Ooh.
get out of here. Like I said, the instructing, I know it's misdemeanor, but that ticks the
Can you hold it?
box on there.
You want to count it?
I gotcha.
I like your voice. You like a radio announcer voice.
AM radio?
Hey, yeah. Oh, here's some warning.
No.
Most of it's in the wallet.
Yeah, if you wanted to post your bail, that might be the quickest way to do this, because one of those charges is obstructing, and that has to be reviewed by a judge. And I can't guarantee you what time they look at that crap and get it back to us.
Right.
So,
You guys tell me what the process
So
is?
you can't bail until that's reviewed.
No.
Even with the cash.
No, he can post. He can post anytime. He can post anytime.
Okay.
That's fine. But with that whole NPRA thing, when you go back from the judge, I have no idea how long that's gonna take. So, if you wanted to use your own cash to post bail and get out of here quicker, that's.
Okay, you know what the bail is?
So is that with that cash, they'll still want the camera booked, right?
If we can do this, do you want to use your money to post bail?
Well, how much is bail?
We're gonna find out here in a second.
That's the question. Do I have
I think it's 700 or
What's
something like
the,
that. It's
what's the bail?
obstructing and
$879.
$879.
And if we got it, let's do that.
Okay. And if he doesn't, if he wants to use that and he's got it, then I'll just take the camera and give it to his property.
that'll work. That way you can get it back faster.
5, 6, 7.
Doesn't have to go through arrangement with Maria. I'll have them pop you through and grab it.
Oh yeah, you're gonna have, because you got the 50 in here too, you got the money to post bail. So. Yeah. Okay.
I figured I did.
Yep.
For whatever it was.
So yeah.
$100.
Yeah, so we won't have to worry about hearing back from the judge. We'll just work on your paperwork and get you in and get you out.
Okay.
And then, like I said, partner, put your equipment in there, and then I'll get inventory, and then you'll leave with that too. Okay? So they have to worry about going over next door. And so go ahead and fix the water for me. Separate feet for me, please. The glasses, are they readers or prescription? Readers. Okay. 272, 433. Go ahead. Just 43. He's got enough money to bail on him, so we're just gonna take the equipment and then he can leave with it. How many shirts you got on? Just the one? Just the one. Hands up off the back there if you can. Thank you. Down or? No, you're fine. Anything left in the pockets?
Not that I know of.
Okay, hands up off the back there for just a second. You can go ahead and put it back down. Anything in your shoes besides your feet and your socks?
Feet and socks and some sweat.
Slide over to your left a little bit. There you go. Perfect. Thank you. Any jewelry or piercings, anything I can't see?
Nope.
You take any medications, any medical conditions I should be aware of?
Nope.
Like I said, then my partner will get to work. We'll get to work on your paperwork, and then you'll get out of custody court date in about a month. Come back and see the judge, and then we'll kick you loose. Okay. All right. I'm gonna take your hands out of the cuffs. We can start with your right hand here. When I do, it goes on the wall in front of you there. There we go. You put that hand up on the wall again. Oh, stretch. Same with the left hand here. Okay, you put that up there. Can you take your bracelet off, hand it back to me, please?
I don't know how. The girl put it on, I happen to have it off. You want to take it off? I don't have eyes right now, so I can't see shit. Eyes work better than mine, you probably get it.
Yeah, maybe a little bit better. Okay. Go ahead and step out of your shoes and slide them back behind you, please. Do me a favor, just have a seat there and a chair behind you. Yep.
You know this?
On the second, I'm gonna put this on the counter so it's plastic, it's still dropped on there. Cool. Can you take your socks off, hand them back up to me, please? We'll check those, make sure they're one piece, and I'll get back to you in a second. Okay, change it. We'll put that one back on. Same with that one, you don't stand back up, then we get that done, please.
Hands up or?
Yes, sir. Hands up on the wall and separate feet from her. Your pacemaker, insulin pump, or anything? Okay. Look at me. Open your mouth. Tongue up. Hey, come on in here. I just have a seat in the blue chair over here. Right there.
So they actually look like bullets, just small. And have photographs. Where's the shot?
Okay, go ahead and stand up on the blue line there. Facing the inside of the machine. There's a bullseye right there on the back. See that? Yep. Okay, you go ahead and stand up into the machine. Sit on there. Yep. And you're gonna put your feet on the gray footprints there. Oop. Hands on your side, chin up, and stand still for this.
Good to go? Howdy, how you doing?
What's going on? So my perimeter officers let me know this guy pulled over here and started recording, doing that First Amendment right shit.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Where's he at now? Is he still in the truck?
They create a case number so we can get that from the deputy.
Will do, sir. That was my warden. If you guys create a case number, I need a copy.
He's at the corner of the parking lot at the working building.
Yeah, he's on foot. He parked his truck here. There's no parking signs right here.
Did you guys contact him at all?
I did. I tried talking to him. I was like, we're not going to let you on the state property. He said, you're going to impede my right. I was like, I'm just letting you know, I've notified deputies. They're going to come here.
What did he say? Did he give a reason at all?
He's just exercising his First Amendment rights.
Just, okay.
I had to lock down my whole yard. My camp's locked down. We have to go in the community and pull the inmates off the community in case it's an attempted escape. So it's a big fiasco for us. We don't have any no trespassing signs up, obviously, because we got...
But as far as the prison property goes, I mean, you guys have discretion to have people leave when it comes to...
100%.
Yeah.
So he said this is a public roadway, which in fact it is a public roadway because we got visitors coming and going, obviously.
Yes.
But when it comes down to it, like I asked him, I was like, are you here for a visit? He said, I don't know the process. I said, you need a visiting form. You can get those from a defender, can send them to you, or you can get them from our main building over here at 5500. And he said, well, I need to go down there and figure it out. I said, you are not allowed in any buildings. He said, you're going to impede my way? I said, no, I'm not. But I also don't know where, because this is the first time we've encountered it. So I don't know what our options are. We want them gone.
Well, it's a prison. I mean, if you're not here,
you guys can trespass them from the property
easily.
Yeah, no, I'm the shift sergeant right now. We 100% want them off. Recording videos of license plates and vehicles and all that stuff.
Okay. Sounds like the subject's trying to do some sort of First Amendment audit. If you can just start us writing. But we'll be trying to make contact with him. He's in the prison parking lot right now, recording pictures of cars.
Break 3495. $34.95.
You're
property without permission.
Sir, what is your name?
Is the facility on lockdown?
Yes, it is.
This is disrupting operation.
This is disrupting operation.
Sir, what is your name?
Put that down. Put your hands behind your back.
Okay.
There's a disturbance on the property.
I'm not going to risk this guys at all. Okay, can I advise you one thing?
No, you may not. Right now, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and may be used against you in a court.
NRS
You have a.
197-200.
Excuse me, I didn't interrupt you, did I? Okay, if you don't want to hear your rights, then we're not going to talk about it.
Well, NRS 197-200, so you're not going to round that. Interesting.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you any questions. Step over to my vehicle.
Okay.
443 detained. You're in custody at this point.
I'm asking questions.
Are you going to the Park?
There's a wallet in there if you want to get in there.
Thank you. We're going to get everything now. Put the search incident to arrest.
And what am I being arrested for?
You're being arrested for trespassing.
Okay, so where was the no trespassing sign?
Go ahead.
Were there no trespassing signs posted?
I'll explain everything to you, but right now you're not under Miranda, so I'm not going to ask you any questions.
I'm just asking you questions.
Well, you don't have a right to ask me questions. You have a right to get the car. Hop on in there.
Can I twist this one?
Yep. We'll shut that off if you want.
Please leave my cameras running, sir. Please leave my cameras running, sir.
I'm not going to do that.
And go read Azari versus the people.
Negative. Sorry, I didn't realize you were manning up each day.
Adhere to the command of you need to leave the property because this is a prison. It's not a.
Yeah, this is not like a DMV downtown or something.
No.
This isn't the post office. This isn't the sheriff's office.
This is a secure facility.
There's no Freedom of Information Act
So,
request here.
So,
Okay.
I gave it
whatever
several.
We need some statements.
I'll be happy to.
So that way we have someone from the state here, that's going to press.
How you doing, man?
Yeah, no problem.
How you been? You good?
And then we're going to have to probably tow his truck too. So he's in custody now.
Yeah, tow's truck. Yeah.
Okay. And you say on scene to get the statements and the tow.
And I'll work on that.
Okay. So my partner's gonna get the statements. Is there any other specific NRS that's applicable as far as it comes to on the trespassing on the prison or something like that?
You guys have a card on you?
What's that?
You have a card on you?
Yeah.
I'll pull it up and email it directly to you.
All the information. Because again, every individual that comes onto this property, they have to be clear to come onto the property.
Okay. And where are they supposed to check in? Is it the gatehouse? Is it business?
Actually, we received notice through the administration, which would in turn be the gatehouse, and the individual will be notified who's coming onto the property. So that's why you just can't show up and just start and definitely not take photos or whatever.
Okay. So who all had contact with him?
I did. I'm here as a warden because I'm the warden, so I did. That's why I came down.
I'll probably.
So definitely.
I think the warden would obviously carry some weight as far as you made contact with him.
Yep.
I mean, not just saying that you guys don't carry weight as well as your authority on the property, but if we have you guys do a statement,
I am.
And then we'll get the 51 going, and then I'll book him.
Did he give you his name?
We have it off of his. We have his wallet there, and then we have his registration on the vehicle.
Can I get that?
Yeah, for sure.
I'll be notified.
Do you have a second? So, do you have that other charge you're talking about? Because I'm gonna take him in now.
Is there one more code for you? You can cancel. One of the lieutenants is pulling those
Okay, cool. So we would do a trespassing, obstructing for you guys, right? We would probably need to leave you. Thank you. You know, obviously he's obstructing you guys. You guys are safe peace officers, so he's obstructing your ability to do your work. But if there's another specific NRS, then I need to add that because I'm going to take him down now. So if you can just give that to him, and then he can call me because I'm going to go down and start the paperwork on it. Cool. But yeah, I mean, this is he wants to do an audit. I don't know what his intentions are. Obviously, it's probably clear. However, this is an extremely controlled environment. I mean, we check in here before we come in. So,
audit of what? Audits are authorized. You get clearance to do audits.
Right.
We don't have any paperwork to say you get to do an audit. So you here as a violator.
Right. And have you received paperwork before, as far as just from other people about if they're going to come do an audit? And that's the standard. Okay. If you could put that in there, just roughly. You don't have to name names, but you routinely get requests for an audit. There was no request that was forwarded. This was a surprise, obviously major disruption of the yard and everything else. So, can you get them written?
Yep.
And then I'm going to get him going down there so we get everybody out of the sun.
And then on the tow, just because it's on your guys' property and everything, our sergeant's saying it's probably cleaner if you guys call for whatever process you normally go through to tow cars off your property. So.
They probably don't do that often.
Yeah. So
we don't normally have people. We don't normally have people towed off. Because normally we tell people, hey, you can't be here. They turn around and go leave.
He's in our custody. I would say that we tow it, so that way it's safe.
I'm just repeating what they're saying. So.
We'll take care of the tow, and then he's going to get you some written statements as detailed as possible, and then I'll take him down.
207-200. 207-200.
Is there any subsection at all?
Is there a subsection to that NRS?
No, I heard it all.
No Angry Birds.
And I was like,
You're looking at I thought you were playing Angry Birds.
NRS 207-200, 1A, goes on to the land or in any building or other things. And then there's a B. It goes where we name the any land toward any building after having
That's just normal trespass.
Not to trespass.
It's a trespass, normal.
Just normal trespass.
If there's anything that's applicable to like prison property, that would be great to be able to put on there.
I'll find something.
I mean, I'll articulate it, but it would be good if there's a specific NRS. So
like disrupt any
and then let me know
normal prison duties or anything like that.
Other states have these because we haven't dealt with this bullshit very much.
Yeah.
Are you hanging out for a minute?
Yeah, I'll be here. Who's doing the statement and everything?
I believe the warden.
The warden is. Okay.
Do you have a card?
Yeah.
Right on. Thank you, brother. You guys don't have a case number by chance, do you?
I don't have it yet. I think he has it. So, but I'll get that. Or actually, if you give me my card back, I'll go look on the computer real quick and get it for you. Yep.
Do you have to know this individual?
All I have is what was on his plate. Drew Rybar.
Drew Rybar?
That's just who the registered owner is, so I don't know if that's him or not.
Okay.
He's got it. He had his wallet on him, so we're gonna figure that part out.
asking. Just make sure when we're writing about how many times you guys have told them, and then, you know, like maybe something like it's not uncommon that you guys do receive these audits. However, they go through the official process. All visitors are required on prison. I mean, you guys know the prison more than I do, so whatever. If you can just clarify that in your statement a little bit, as well as your boys, as far as their contact with him, him ignoring all their requests. Did anybody ask him ID at all on the property?
Not to my knowledge, because I just asked him what was his name, and he refused to acknowledge me.
I didn't ask him
to give me what was his name, and the purpose of it.
Okay, so we can do failure to identify too.
Yeah. I mean,
He's required to at least give you a name.
Yeah.
Right. And then did you guys ask him for his name at all?
I did not ask him for his name. I just tried to see why he was here and try to direct him off the property to building 17 over there, right down the road, to get some information.
Okay. So those three.
Yeah. Do you want?
And then he can do it's not really a citizen's arrest.
Because they're cops. That's kind of what I'm.
Just he's the complainant.
Yeah.
So this is a really routine charge that we have. It's just it's state property, and so it's a little bit different. But just the statements are going to be sufficient, and you have obviously total authority over the property, so that works for me. And then we'll go from there, and then he'll hang out, and I'll get those from you, and I'll go down and book them.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Good.
Thank you guys.
Appreciate you, brother.
Any questions? Sir, you have my card. Just
Yeah, I'm getting it right now.
Go ahead. What's your 20? I'm at the Frontier Plaza area on Carson. That's what I'm fine with you there. Copy. I'll be by a per checker.
Sounds like the subject's trying to do some sort of first amendment audit. Maybe you just start us something like that. But we'll be trying to make contact with him. He's in the prison parking lot right now, recording things on the cars.
4, break 3495. $34.95.
All I have is what was on his plate. Drew Rybar. That's just who the registered owner is, so I don't know if that's him or not. He had his wallet on him. Yeah, I'm getting it right now.
Dinah says probably when the NTA finds out about this, he's probably going to get his license revoked.
Alright. That would not surprise me. I'd imagine work I don't know how far, if my bosses are going to have too much of an appetite at keeping a guy in rotation. Not like the guy yesterday, but
oh my God, those tires were something else. He actually came down. It's funny. He came and picked up that car.
Did he?
Yeah.
Did he get the moving permit?
Yeah. He had insurance. We got copies. He had a licensed driver. No qualms, no nothing. He was just happy to get his rig back.
I'd imagine it. Look, I mean, that custom box he did in the back was pretty slick.
That was pretty nice. Yeah, he came in, he understood his problem, he solved it, he solved it.
It's all you can ask for.
Actually, everybody for the whole month has been pretty good. They've been doing exactly what we tell them to go get. We're all legal to be on the road.
Can't beat that.
Yeah, they've been all pretty good. I'm surprised nobody's talking about nothing. I've only had one person with the DMV's taking.
Well, yeah, the DMV won't do anything without an appointment now.
Right, that's the only thing. Is one guy was complaining because he had to get an appointment. I was like, well, if that's the DMV, buddy, I can't do anything about them. They don't want to bring you in, and that's that's their issue.
I'm just gonna do some outer pictures, and then you can go down.
Oh, that was
come on. These new freaking tow forms, they just don't make them like they used to.
No. Well, either that or they're using like some super glue or something.
Jeez.
Well, locked?
No. It's unlocked. He was down at his office
20 minutes before I came here, I said, dude, I'm going to escape company.
Oh, he was literally just talking to you?
Yeah, he was just at my office 20 minutes before I came. I told him, don't come over there. I said, this is no, you know what's going to happen? Anybody's going to think we're trying to break the front building down.
When he's wearing blue on top of it, he's wearing a blue shirt walking around. No, I mean, I don't know what his agenda is or whatever. I just laughed and just go whatever. That's the nice being that person. You know, very nice to him on it. Like, I said, Carson, this is what he's doing. They're going to arrest you. You can't be here. Yeah. Kind of funny that he was mentioning all the talking to me before he done that.
That's what worst is. I'll just explain to Sean that MTA regulates all the tow companies and crafts and they'll lose most of the
Bunch of 20. I'm at the Frontier Plaza area on Carson. That's what I'll to see there. Howdy. 617, 689, I'll be by Pritchett, okay. That's one.
Blue shirt, khaki shorts, maybe 50s, 60s. Okay.
501.
Sounds like the subject's trying to for the first time out, right? Maybe he just started supervisor. But we'll be trying to make contact with him. He's in the prison parking lot right now, recording pictures of cars.
Runway 3495. $34.95. Your scratchy. However, 501 is requesting a response at NNCC parking lot.
What do you think?
Copy at 1450.
We're going to get everything out of the searches and the two arrests.
671.
You're being arrested for trespassing?
About to go traffic.
So where is the no trespassing signs?
Go ahead.
I went 264.
Fine, I'll explain everything to you.
I'm doing what you say, sir. What's the best way to do this?
Hop on in there.
Can I twist this way?
Yep.
No volunteer requesting a...
Please leave my cameras running, sir.
in Hot Springs.
Please leave my cameras running, sir.
I'm not going to do that.
And could you go read Azari versus Yahia out of the 10th Circuit Court?
Negative.
And also read Fordyce versus Seattle.
Go ahead.
I'll respond back to that detail.
10-4.
Top 7.
$671.
I missed it. Was there a call that was pending?
I'm a volunteer requesting a response, however, it puts you on a traffic call. Double.
Drop on your form to your lab so I can give you off the radio.
And can you get a sergeant for me, please? Can you get a sergeant for me, please? Sir, can you get a sergeant for me, please? Sir, can you get a sergeant for me, please? I'd like a supervisor.
495 affirm. 501 495 21.
So right in front of the visiting center, you can't take pictures.
4494, moving out at London Street, follow. Street here, Silver.
Correction, 5359, 5359.
Here, Silver.
5359, 5359.
Oh, they're trying to hotbox me.
Salem, 861.
10-4.
Salem, 27.
Go ahead.
056, Mary 71, Nevada, the blue Toyota SUV.
Clear expired since July 28th on an 08 Toyota wagon.
Or you show me traffic, Solomon, and Goldfield.
Solomon at Goldfield.
Salem, final stop, Solomon at Como.
10-4.
Oh, I'm on camera back here too.
Nice.
Six 17.
Nevada 513, Henry 57, Mills Park.
Mills Park.
And do we have K9?
Pacific. Six 11.
Go ahead.
I know you're in briefing. Are you available for a K9 traffic stop in front of Mills Park? 10-4.
the expiration on the page?
July 28th.
Simple.
Carson 6776.
Go ahead.
Maybe 1076 to jail with 1J3 code 4.
Go for it.
6 up, Kilo. What's the last four of the bed?
8488. 8488.
So what are you arresting me for? Or am I still detained? Am I detained or arrested?
443.
So you're transporting me, so that's kidnapping. So you never arrested me, you're just kidnapping me, is that it? You've never told me I was under arrest. No Miranda, and no telling me I'm under arrest. There's no trespassing signs from a public road to a publicly accessible parking area for the public to come to the prison. Just laying it out there.
Okay, so you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and may be used against you in a court of law. You have a right to talk to an attorney and have an attorney present with you if you wish. You can choose at any time not to make any statements or answer any questions.
I'm just going to ask you questions,
those
sir.
rights?
I'm just going to ask you questions, sir. I've always got the right to maintain my Fifth Amendment rights.
You are under arrest for trespassing and obstructing.
How did I obstruct? What physical action did I take to obstruct? Please describe it.
I think you're a little confused on how this may work, and that's fine.
I'm not confused. Obstruction is a physical action, sir. I just want to know what.
Probable cause complaint, okay?
I just want to know what I did to obstruct.
That's not how it works. Okay?
Well, you got to write it down. You might as well just tell me now. I mean, you're going to do what you got to do, and I'm going to do what I got to do. I'd rather just educate everybody instead of litigate everybody. So how did I trespass? What law did I break on public property to trespass? Can you answer that question? What law did I break on public property to trespass? Have I been rude to you at all, or have I been polite the whole time? I just ask questions, man.
got. Negative criminal history on your subject.
Control 443 North Gate 1J3.
And you have a body camera?
All right, sir, step on out, please. Face the car right here. Let's put your feet apart. Thank you.
Anything in there?
Good. What's your 20? I'm at the Frontier Plaza area. Okay. That's what I'm fine with you there. Copy. be by Pritchett.
Sounds like the subject's trying to do some sort of First Amendment audit. If you can just start us supervisor. But we'll be trying to make contact with him. He's in the prison parking lot right now. Recording things on the
cars. 10-4 break 3495. 3495.
on his plate. Drew Rybar. That's just who the registered owner is, so I don't know if that's him or not. He had his wallet on him. Yeah, I'm getting it right now.
Running rebar. Not recording yet. Well, I mean, no, you can be recording for our purposes, not recording otherwise in the courtroom. There's been no rule or no authorization yet. So we can discuss that when he comes in, but not until it's ordered allowed, if it's ordered allowed. Okay, so we'll talk about, actually, there was a motion, there was a, opposition to the hearing. It's basically a motion to continue. Do you know if Mr. Bueno's been given a copy?
Yes, he has.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna go pee, get him in here, and we'll start.
Okay. You want to come up here? Yeah.
All said. Good. Okay. Okay.
I think I've been in front of you before. Did you do small claims in Reno at all ever?
Yeah.
I think years ago I was in front of you for a small claims case. You look very familiar.
I was elected judge up there for 4 years.
Yeah, and when you did it, you did a good job, so I appreciate that. You went through everything and you were very, very thorough. Does it sound like you?
I don't know. Other people's perspectives.
That's what I saw.
Okay, good morning to each of you. This is 24 PO 0000231C, Jason Bueno versus Drew Rebar or Rebar?
Rebar.
It's a application for an order for a protective order. The law allows judges to issue upon application ex parte a temporary. If the judge wishes more information, they can set it for a hearing and determine whether or not an order, temporary or permanent, either way, can issue. So the original reviewing judge set it for a hearing to see if one should issue. That was Judge Armstrong. My name is Derek Dreiling. I'm a senior judge, a retired judge that recently retired, that formerly worked in Reno Justice Court. Now I travel and assist courts when they have need, and Carson Justice Court had their Justice of the Peace and Department 2 assigned to District Court, appointed by the governor. So they're in need, and I've been filling in from time to time. And today is one of those days. There's several issues to address before we get started. There's essentially been 2 requests by Mr. Rebar. One is to continue this hearing to fully prepare, as he was given verbal notice according to his statement yesterday, I believe around 10 o'clock. The court received a declaration of non-service. It's titled, filed yesterday at 4:41 p.m. from Kristen Marquez, I believe an agent of the sheriff's office, indicating that yesterday at 4:23 p.m. she spoke to Mr. Rebar over the phone. He stated he would be here for the 9:30 hearing this morning. We had numerous hearings. This is the last one we're taking. We're starting a little late. So there's a request, bottom line, to continue because of the late notice of this particular hearing alleged by Mr. Rebar. Seems to be documented by a phone call yesterday at 4:23 p.m. from Kristen Marquez. Then there's also a request for the use of media cameras in the courtroom. It's normally a request made by reporters. Supreme Court Rules 229 and the following rules talk about it. So they require 24 hours notice so that the parties can respond. The rule talks in terms of attorneys, because usually they're involved, but I'm substituting the term parties because each party is here representing themselves, and there are no attorneys. So the statute, the court rule, Supreme Court Rule 229 requires 24-hour notice. Mr. Rebar's request indicates essentially that he didn't have 24 hours to work with, so is asking the court to allow recording because the Supreme Court rules do allow for late requests by reporters that the court can consider and grant or not grant. There's a presumption that it's open to being recorded by reporters. The proceedings are also recorded by the court, and upon request, the court's copies are made available to parties. So those are two of the issues, and then before Mr. Bueno came in, I was seated waiting. Mr. Rebar had just engaged in polite conversation, indicating that he believed I looked familiar. He had seen me, he thought, at Reno Justice Court in a case in the past. I, in fact, was a Justice of the Peace elected in Reno. Again, as I indicated earlier, since retired, sat over numerous civil cases of varying natures. I believe he indicated it was a small claims case. Thought that I was thorough and prepared. Those were the only comments that were made. I've had, apparently, I don't recall, but because of the volume of cases, some contact with Mr. Rebar in the past at a case. He was satisfied with, it appears, with my performance for whatever reason. I don't recall Mr. Rebar or the case or anything about it. Again, due to the volume of the cases that we covered. So, Mr. Bueno, are you comfortable with me deciding matters in this case, at a minimum, these preliminary matters, knowing that Mr. Rebar has some limited familiarity with me?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. So then the next requests are the media request and allowing cameras in the courtroom. The purpose of that 24-hour rule is so that both parties could be prepared for the potential for it being there. And the statutes, or that court rule I should say, demands that if I'm considering one of these requests, I have to consider, this is under 230, the impact of the coverage on the right to any party to a fair trial, the impact of coverage on the right of privacy of any party or witness, so the impact of the coverage upon the safety and well-being of any party, witness, or juror, the likelihood that the coverage would distract the participants or would detract from the dignity of the proceedings, the adequacy of the facilities, any other factor affecting the fair administration of justice. So Mr. Rebar's made the request for the ability to have electronic coverage.
Do I get a chance to respond to that, sir?
Yeah, so hang on a second. The rule talks about news reporters, and that's the normal context this comes up in. And news reporter in 229 is defined as any person who gathers, prepares, collects, photographs, records, writes, edits, reports, or publishes news or information that concerns local, national, or international events or other matters of public interest for dissemination to the public. So I guess as a preliminary matter, Mr. Rebar, are you a reporter?
I am. I publish videos of government interactions. I have close to 100 videos published. The videos that have Deputy Bueno in them have received over 100,000 views. There is public interest in this case. Just before coming in here, I was outside doing a YouTube live video. There were 250 people watching. So there's public interest in this case. The information is disseminated to the public for them to judge and what their government is doing so that they can make better decisions about their votes in the future.
You've used Mr. Bueno's application as an example. Is your reporting limited to this case?
No. I started with a brief history. I started with the Nevada DMV when they ordered the seizure of my documents without any reasonable suspicion and took my papers. And the Nevada DMV had created regulations as defined under NRS 233B-038 without any due process of the Administrative Procedures Act. And they started enforcing those laws under the color of law with guns and badges without ever having done any public meetings, without ever having gathered any information from the stakeholders and the businesses as required under 233B to implement a new regulation. And they did that for 2 years. And then when I questioned DMV Director Julie Butler,
so hang on a sec.
I've published a lot of different things, whether it's Deputy Bueno, Highway Patrol Troopers, DMV Director, the Chief of DMV Breaking the Law, government actors. He's not the only government actor that I'm publishing information about. I'll publish information about any government actor.
Okay. Thank you. So, Mr. Bueno, I do note the, I guess, irony somewhat, might not be the best term, the request to record when the underlying issue in part might be the recording and dissemination that are in the allegations. So it's not lost on me, but as far as responding to his request to have it recorded, what are your thoughts?
Mr. Rebar is not a journalist. The contents of the videos that he's presenting constitute a Category C felony of aggravated stalking and harassment against myself. There's a criminal case that's being filed on that matter this week. He heavily edits videos in his favor, and he makes money off of those videos on the internet to curry social favor and status as well as financial. I believe that another reason for him to try to introduce cameras is so that he can edit and sway more public opinion, which in turn is damaging myself and my family.
In a sec, I was making a note.
Additionally,
hang on a sec. I have 2 points I wanted to write down. Challenging his status as a reporter, the editing. One of your other main points, if you could please restate it.
He's monetizing these videos, and he's mixing them around in order to produce libel, which is not covered under the First Amendment, as you're well aware.
Okay.
And publishing that on public forum.
Okay, so what was the point that you were then going to get to?
Sorry?
What was the point you were going to get to before I asked that question? You had something else you were starting to say?
Just the fact that he's using the journalism tact in order to commit gross misdemeanor and Category C felonies against myself. My thought on him having the camera in the courtroom would be to further his stalking and harassment of myself and my family.
And knowing that this is being recorded by the court already, and that he could ask for a copy of that, how does that impact your analysis, if at all?
My concern would be his heavy editing that he's known for, editing all content of either sheriff's office recorded videos or others to sway and basically whip up a attention to his case, which he monetizes.
And if he did get a copy of the courts digitally, he could still edit, I assume.
I'm not sure procedurally how that works. Obviously, my attorneys would be aware of him editing those and publishing those. So I'm not sure exactly how him receiving that would be a conflict, in my opinion. Obviously, it's public record. But he has a history very well documented of what he's doing with the content of his videos now, as well as public record videos that he's obtained from the sheriff's office.
If he were allowed to record, I'm looking at the statutory factors, or the rule factors, impact on the right of a party to a fair trial, right of privacy of any party or witness, impact upon safety and well-being of any witness or juror, or the likelihood that the coverage would distract the participants or detract from the dignity of the proceedings. Any comment on those? I know I listed a lot.
I mean, specifically the stalking, NRS 200-575, and then obviously subsection 1, which outlines without lawful authority, willfully and maliciously engages in a course of conduct.
Right, but hang on. We're just talking about this particular hearing, not whether there was stalking, not the underlying allegations. So for the purposes of this hearing, let me just slow down a little. Do you think that this hearing would inhibit either party's ability to get a fair trial? Would it inhibit you some way or me some way? Obviously he wants it, so I don't assume it wouldn't inhibit him.
I believe his intended use is to sway as much opinion as possible to curry his favor. I believe that he would post those videos, which would in turn create more threats that I'm receiving daily. I believe that's what his intention is.
What about the impact of, it says coverage upon the right of privacy or of any party or witness, any privacy concerns?
I do. Privacy is obviously a concern as it's been violated as a result of his actions. And I do apologize that we're double hearing aids.
Okay, I'll speak up. I tend to speak quietly. Is that better?
I should have said that before. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll speak up. Any comments upon if he's simply allowed to record the impact upon the safety and well-being of any party or witness, you or any witness?
Yes, sir.
What's your thoughts on safety if he's recording you?
The safety issues that I would be concerned about, which began the situation, is the doxing, where he's publicly producing information related to me. My family members have been contacted. Locations of my children's schools have been revealed, all instituting a threat that's been initiated by Mr. Rebar's unlawful actions. So again, the privacy would be of concern to release more information subject to this case, I believe would damage and create more of a safety risk for my family as well.
Part D, likelihood that any coverage, him recording it, would distract participants, you, or detract from the dignity of these proceedings.
I believe it would.
Why?
I'm sorry?
Why? I mean, how would it be distracting if the camera's sitting there recording?
Because the source of what he's doing with that information and how he is twisting all facets of this case that have been proven through documentation and investigation and through the sheriff's office and the DA's office, he is knowingly, falsely making statements online using these recordings and proceedings and anything else that he makes, which is causing the threats towards myself and family. And I believe that having his camera in here is another intimidation tactic by himself that he is clearly using throughout all of his videos. that he's clearly trying to introduce to the courtroom today under the false pretense that he is a journalist.
The you say there's, I think, lots of videos out there. Have you seen any videos where it appears he's in the past received copies from the court and used those or edited those?
I haven't seen the court, any court videos at this time, no. He has recovered the sheriff's office body camera videos under public information requests, and those have been edited and spliced and
Objection, that's not factual.
used for his advantage.
Okay, but he's had the ability to get them and post them.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you say he's edited them somehow, Mr. Rebar. So, to you, have you received court or other public recordings and been able to edit them and post them after the events as opposed to just your own live ones?
Yes.
Are you monetizing this stuff?
Just like MSNBC, just like CNN, just like ABC, when people view things, things are monetized. So just like all of the major media that's existed in this country for a couple of hundred years or across the world, if you want to get old school, has media always been monetized? Have people always paid for newspapers? That's just a historical thing. So I don't understand the argument that it's because it's monetized, it's not journalism. The Supreme Court, the courts have, how do you define journalism? Let's get into Article 1, Section 9 of the Nevada Constitution. That's freedom of press, freedom of speech. No law shall be passed to abridge speech or press. We all have freedom of speech in this country, freedom of speech in the state of Nevada under our Nevada Bill of Rights. We all have the ability to be members of a free press, whether it's you, Your Honor, whether it's Deputy Bueno, whether it's me. We all have the right to gather and disseminate information to other people in our communities or across the world as the technology will permit. Whether it was the printing press hundreds of years ago where the church was trying to suppress the printing press because they didn't want the information out there, to the modern day now.
And is your phone currently recording?
No, I'm looking at part of my argument here. Okay. I'm looking at NRS 4.360, which is denomination of court. Court always open where held. The courts held by justices of the peace are denominated justice courts. Justice courts have no terms and must always be open, period. Except as otherwise provided in this subsection. And 5, justice courts must be held in their respective townships. So justice courts are public venues.
There's no doubt about that. I don't need those sites.
And with, as we look at Fordyce versus Seattle out of the Ninth Circuit case, I don't know if you're familiar with that, or if we want to look at the state of Nevada and NRS 171-1233 and what our legislative intent was when the Nevada legislature codified that, and I believe it was the 2021 session where Governor Sisolak signed it into law. The intent of our legislature is to record and document and disseminate information about our government, specifically law enforcement, to the public. Fordyce versus Seattle, people in public were going out and recording a riot, if you don't know about that, back in the 1990s.
So hang on a second. What is your benefit of your recording device as opposed to obtaining a copy of the court's?
I control my recording device. For example, I requested a record of my criminal trial where Deputy Bueno illegally arrested me and hotbox tortured me on a 95-degree day, closing the windows.
Hang on a second. That didn't go to trial, did it?
No, the case was dismissed.
Okay, hang on.
The case was dismissed, so I would reference, Thompson versus Clark out of the Supreme Court of the United States. I referenced that in the documents that I gave you. But basically, unless he gets a conviction, you've done a malicious prosecution is basically what the Supreme Court of the United States has said.
Okay, and I'm not here to litigate whether it was
so, but as far as
truly appropriate back at the prison or not. I'm here to look at, regardless of the truth of that, I guess there's an angle on lawfulness, but regardless of that, whether an order, protective order is needed.
Let me get back to your question, sir.
So the recording, that's what I'm getting at.
Right.
Like right now, like if you were recording, your camera is going to be in a fixed position. It's not going to be being moved around. The cords are automatically picking up mics and moving. So I guess why the additional extra and different?
I just got a copy of the court record for my criminal trial, and I ordered that. I paid the court some money. So number one, in this one, I don't have to pay the court money for a recording that I already own. But number two, on the recording that I paid for from the court, there was a recording of the video, but there was no audio. So I paid money to the court for a video recording, but no audio, so I can't use it. It
So
doesn't.
it was a glitch that prevented something. You
Right.
Want, you want a backup.
So I want a backup, so I don't have any glitches, so I control the recording, and so I don't have to pay the court money for something that I can produce on my own. Without any interference, as I sit here, I can set up I brought a tripod, so if you need it to stand somewhere else, I brought a tripod that can sit on the table. I can put it wherever you want. It's an inanimate object that just sits there just like your cameras and documents the reality of what happened.
What if for backup and safety's sake, I allowed audio instead of audio and video? What are your thoughts on that?
I would rather have both so we can watch people's reactions, facial expressions, body language.
But you won't see that. I'm not going to interrupt the proceedings. There's not going to be a moving of it to individuals.
Well, that's what I'm saying, Your Honors. If I can have a recording, I can put it where, and I can, on a video, I can see what those interactions are that it picks up in the amount of screen that you allow to be recorded. So I want the video so I can see those body, those facial, those reactions, along with the words that people are uttering. That way you can see both, and that way when I do disseminate the information to the public can have a more clear view of everything, and they can make up their own decision. Deputy Bueno has accused me of altering things and editing things out that weren't, and I'm going to disagree with that, and what I'm going to do after I go home from now is I'm going to go repost his entire videos without the dead space taken out, where the law enforcement edited out their own stuff, and I'm going to post the entire videos again, and that way what he's represented here will be in the public. My only goal with doing this, I'm a business guy. I've been running a business in our community for decades. My family ran businesses. I got off my butt, got off from behind my desk, stopped running my business, risked my business to record government because I've been damaged by government officials. The only way that I know to fight back is to exercise constitutional rights to gather and disseminate information about the wrongdoing that I see in our state.
Hang on, I understand that. That's not an issue for
He's
today.
monologuing though, I just want to point that out.
I got it.
So that's my goal. I've been accused of not being a journalist. So what is the definition of a journalist to the court? The definition of disseminating information, the Supreme Court's looked at that. As long as I'm disseminating information to the people, I'm a member and exercising my constitutional right under freedom of press, Article 1, Section 9, Nevada Constitution.
Okay, now regarding the timeliness of this, your written work says you knew of this at 10 o'clock yesterday. The deputy, or whoever the representative is, Kristen Marquez, indicates 4:32. When did you become aware of this this hearing's potential?
About the time that, was it Marquez? About the time referenced by Marquez that you just mentioned there. If you do want to go look at my channel, I did post a audio recording of her telling me when this was, so I've got that firmly documented as to when that happened. So
Over the phone?
Yeah, she called me on the phone and I recorded the phone conversation. I was
Did
driving.
you ask her if you could record it?
It was stated in the very beginning of the phone call that this was a recorded conversation for Nevada law.
Mr. Rebar knew that he was attempting to be served.
Hang on. Okay, so I misread your request. I thought you were notified at 10 o'clock yesterday. But
No.
you notified the hearing would be about 10 o'clock. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
And
I believe he's posted videos of the contrary to that, Your Honor. He had business cards when they were attempting to serve him as residents. He was avoiding service and tried to be served in Carson City. Washoe County couldn't cross the county line. He posted a video, another defamatory video before 4 o'clock yesterday. That's a matter of record as well. So again, he's distorting the facts in
okay,
order to try to...
So hang on a second. I've talked to you on these preliminary matters, and some of it is factual, but I need to make decisions based upon it, and I neglected to swear each of you in. So would each of you please raise your right hands? Do each of you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony either that you have given, the answers you have, or statements you have made since the beginning of this hearing, and any information or testimony you provide from here on out either was the truth or will be the truth?
So help me God.
So help me God.
Okay. So, Mr. Rebar, did you know that law enforcement was trying to serve you with something prior to 4:32 or 4:23 yesterday?
Everything is posted online as far as my experiences of what happened.
That's not the answer.
I'm answering the question, sir.
So did you know they were trying to serve you with this or anything else?
Washoe County Sheriffs contacted me by phone after they left a business card taped to my gate.
When?
They left a business card taped to my gate, I think, was it Wednesday last week? I don't want to specify the exact date, I forget.
Did you ever call on to see what's up, or did they talk to you?
No, then Washoe County called me in the morning, it was about 7 o'clock in the morning, and I told them, they said, hey, we need to serve you. I said, okay, I'm going to be out and about. They said, well, where can we meet? And I said, well, I can be at my office in Carson City, and I believe there's a video online, so we can watch that to make sure that what I'm saying is accurate as I recall. I said, meet me at 9 o'clock. It was either 9 or 10 o'clock. And then they called me up later that afternoon, and that video's online too, that said that they couldn't come to Carson City to serve me. And I said, well, I can still come to Washoe sometime. And they said, no, we're going to give it back to the Carson City Sheriffs. And then the next day, Carson City Sheriffs came into my office in Carson. I wasn't there, and I told my office, I said, give them my cell phone number, have them call me, and I'll set up a time to meet them. I told them if they wanted to come serve me last night, that they could come serve me at my home in Washoe Valley. They said they wouldn't do that, and I said, I will be at the courthouse this morning at 9:30 because I don't want to ignore the court, and if you're looking for me, I'm going to show up. I said, come serve me at 9:30 at the courthouse. I'll be here to check in and make sure I'm doing all the stuff right. And so far, I still haven't been served. I'm not trying to hide from service. I publish the videos that show me making the appointments, trying to be there, and then the government cancels the appointments because for some reason they can't come serve me wherever I'm at.
Do you have a copy of the complaint or the application yet?
Your bailiff gave me a copy of, so I just got this and I've had a few minutes to read through it, but I haven't had any time to thoroughly deal with it.
I believe the...
Your recording that you're asking for is recording, not live streaming, is that correct?
I think I was live streaming one of,
What you want? You're saying you want cameras in the courtroom. Are you wanting live stream or are you wanting simply to record?
I'd like to do both if I can. But if I could live stream, that would be even better. That's more real. As Deputy Bueno is discussing, he's concerned about editing. If I'm live streaming, there is no editing. It's just live. And I do a lot of live streaming.
Your Honor, it goes beyond his editing. It goes all on his content and his false representations of everything that he posts. The video that he posted most recently yesterday that he's referring to was titled "Coward Deputy No Bueno Filed a Restraining Order." and then without any type of check or balance, has free license to commit libel.
When was that posted yesterday?
That was yesterday afternoon, I think just after 3 o'clock. So he was aware. He also filmed himself making contact with the servers that were trying to serve him. But the point that I'm trying to make about the videos and the camera.
Hang on. Describe that. Filmed himself with people trying to serve him. What?
Can you speak up one more time?
So you're stating that he filmed himself when people were trying to serve him. What do you mean by that?
He filmed another monologue outlining his opinions on the service of him obtaining a business card from his residence, and then went on to describe roughly what he just was trying to talk about as well.
How long ago was that up? Was it yesterday or?
It was yesterday afternoon before 4 o'clock. I was in a meeting with admin about that time. So, but again, sir, the point being is that Mr. Rebar has clearly gone beyond his First Amendment right when he has knowingly produced libelous slander and defamation against myself. He's done it in this courtroom today when he talks about torture and false arrest. He's been provided with investigations from the sheriff's office when he made a complaint of torture.
Okay,
all
those
video
underlying,
hang on
a sec, those ultimate underlying decisions, maybe they are, maybe they aren't, but there's not been a finding and an adjudication of them yet. And again, my issue right now is just recording, not recording. Looking at the statute in question, I have some fairly broad discretion, or the rules, I should say, have some fairly broad discretion in this area. The rule does hang on a second, using my phone for the rule. This is 230 subsection 2, a presumption that the courtroom proceedings are open to the public. To be precise, there's a presumption that all courtroom proceedings that are open to the public, and this is, I'll note that no one's here. No one cares enough to come down apparently, despite their interest online, are subject to electronic coverage. So there's an underlying presumption that there should be, or it should be allowed, and then I have to make particularized findings under that subsection, whether to allow it in whole or in part, and then it goes through the factors that I've asked about. As far as the definition of reporter, it is extremely broad. It appears to be posting on all sorts of topics, according to what I've heard. This matter is a little different than many of the others. He's got what appears to be a very personal interest and axe to grind in this case, given his arrest, as opposed to things that might have happened in the other cases or situations just briefly described to this point. The timing of the request, according to the rule, needs to be 24 hours in advance. There's reason to believe that Mr. Rebar knew this was coming well in advance. He wasn't served with the exact nature of it. Washoe deputies not wanting to go into Carson deputies or process servers not wanting to go into Washoe. The schedules of both parties apparently conflicting. I'm not going to even speculate on the motives behind either party, but the 24-hour request in this case is basically, hey, I didn't get the exact service and the notice of what it was until 4/23, and then if I believe Deputy Bueno, there was already posts online knowing what they were. So we're looking at strictly, should this recording be allowed? The 24-hour requirement. Hard to say under the two different versions here that there was an active avoidance of service. So there was short notice. I do have the authority to waive it or shorten time. The bigger questions in my mind are the factors I'm supposed to consider: the impact of the coverage, the privacy issues, the safety and well-being of individuals, the detraction from the dignity of the proceedings, and the type of coverage and the adequacy of the facilities. Here it appears to be a phone. Is that correct, Mr. Rebar, that the request is being made to use?
No, I've got multiple tools. I've got a professional camera. Tripod and other tools to professionally record and document and disseminate information.
This one is a difficult decision in that the underlying allegations include the posting and alleged editing of material that has potentially caused issues for the applicant. In the application, references to others being riled up and reaching out to him, purportedly stoked by Mr. Rebar's postings is the argument. So the detraction from the dignity of the proceedings or the parties' ability to not be distracted in answering and process is in my mind when it's over and above the court ones. Again, the court ones record by video and audio. The feed automatically adjusts between the players to capture. There's been evidence that in the past audio recording has failed and video only has come through for whatever reason. That is always a potential. As this is at the heart of the matter and likely to be posted and likely very duplicative of the record the court makes that may fail from time to time, but is unlikely to fail. I don't think that I can say that Mr. Rebar is not a reporter. The timing gives me some concern. The distraction of the additional gives me quite a bit of concern. The delay, like I said, cuts both ways, but what I'm going to do is allow a supplement of the record if Mr. Rebar wishes to turn on the camera, have it at me, collect me and the voices of the parties. That can happen, and I'm finding under the subsection 2 of Rule 230 that is reasonable despite the late request and is the least distracting to the parties, especially given that this is the underlying, one of the underlying allegations or issues in the case. So if you want to set that up and point it at me, feel free.
May I live stream, Your Honor?
No.
Okay.
I have a question, Your Honor.
Yes.
So if this order is granted, and he uses those videos, to further drum up more, threats against me, then, that would be understandably a violation of that order. And I could file on, violation of that order by further, posting those, videos and incurring those threats.
Well, there may or may not be increase of harm to you. There may or may not be libelous content from either party's perspective. But I guess I'm not sure what you're asking. I mean, if what you're saying is if he posts the recording of me and the audio of the hearing, you want to do what with it?
Very shortly there'll be a cease and desist from my personal injury attorney to remove all content from YouTube, as it's libelous and damaging, and it was proven such. So in order for him to further where he's going with this now, my concern is obviously that this recording is going to be used in the exact same way that he's been stalking myself and my family.
And if there's some wrong that flows from that, there's consequences that are potential for it, but I'm allowing it. I am not ordering that he can or can't post this proceeding. That Mr. Rebar does at his own risk, like any person who posts anything under any circumstance. So he's allowed to record the court and audio of this proceeding, the other parties talking. That's been my ruling. We haven't, just for the, I'll call it the record, so to speak. The only record according to statute is the court's formal one. But for the sake of completeness for Mr. Rebar, when we started, we have been talking since the beginning of this about his initial request, whether or not he could record the proceedings. I have examined Rule 229, 230, and the like regarding his ability to record. I have authorized a limited ability to record to protect the dignity of the proceedings and the individual's focus and ability to not be distracted. And the limitations that I have posted or ordered are that the camera again can be posted at me or directed at me. It can record audio of anything else in the courtroom. That's the extent of my ruling. I'm not, again, ruling whether or not he can do anything with the recording. So the next issue to address before getting to the merits of the matter are there was an opposition to the hearing. My understanding after reading it is that Mr. Rebar is asking for a continuance of this hearing because he was served, well, he was notified last night and indicated to the representative trying to serve him that he would be here. He was notified according to the document about 4:23 in the afternoon, stating he would be here. He has shown up to court, but he did not have the documents in hand until he was here. He indicated that he had the opportunity to briefly read the application. So the allegations that Mr. Bueno is making in attempts to obtain a protective order. So Mr. Rebar, You are here. You have submitted yourself to the jurisdiction of the court by showing up. You've been given a copy of the document. You have, you said, briefly read it. What do you need additional time for?
I'd like to go over the documents point by point. I'd like to go and I've got a subscription to LexisNexis. I'd like to go look at a lot of the case law. I'd like to confer with my attorney, Rich Salvatore, and get his personal advice and legal advice on dealing with this. And I'd like to take the time to write a complete response to the complaint and counter those issues and present evidence within my response.
This is in large part stemming from an event at the prison how long ago?
August 30th, 2022.
And then since then, you've been engaged in court hearings and making videos about this underlying subject matter, is that right?
For a time period after my arrest, I stopped making videos. My First Amendments were suppressed out of the fear that I was dealing with.
Did anyone order that, or did you do that?
It was just personal fear. Just personal fear of the retribution that the government was bringing down on me.
So hang on a sec. When you read the document, were you surprised by any of the contents?
Yeah, I've never made a threat against the deputy. Didn't even know he had children until I read this document. Don't know anything about him or his personal life. The only thing that I'm concerned with is under his office, under his authority of law, doing his job. And from what I saw, he's violated my constitutional rights. And as you see that I've noticed the court, I have filed a tort claim against him and against many other individuals involved in the arrest.
Just 2 days ago.
Whatever the date, I gave you a copy of the complaint attached as Exhibit 1.
January 29th. So.
Yeah, and I've been working on that for a couple of months, so I did file that the other day. That's over at the process server to get served, so Deputy Bueno should be served with that very shortly, along with all the other parties named. So I do want to move forward, and he's made some allegations today, and I want to answer those allegations, and I hope he wants to answer my allegations. There is no personal animus in any of this.
So hang on a second. You say you want to move forward. You want to defend yourself at a future date against this application for a TPO. That's what you mean by moving forward, or do you want to do it now?
No, I want to take my time and give you a written response to his complaint. And I want to counter all of his arguments, and I want to bring my documentation. As noted, I record and document and disseminate the information. There's videos showing exactly what I've done, exactly the actions, and we can compare those. So that way there doesn't need to be a question as to what I have or have not done. It's out there, it's recorded, just as his actions are. And I want to bring that information into the court in a reasonable way that's concise. And right now, if I've got to do it, I've just got to go blah, because I'm not prepared for this at all, because I've had, I found out 10 o'clock this morning when the gal from Carson City Sheriff's called me. Did I have knowledge that they were trying to serve me? Yes. I was on the phone trying to make arrangements to be served, to be at the locations where I said I would be, and then they kept changing the schedule on me.
That's not this morning. You were here this morning.
Oh, absolutely. I'm one of those human beings. Early is on time is late. I don't like being late. I like to be early. I like to be on time. I like to deal with the problems that are in front of me and solve the problems. This is a problem to solve.
If I were to consider this request essentially to continue this hearing, how much time are you asking for?
What's the normal time of service in one of these things? When was this originally filed, and how long has it taken to? So it's taken them. So this was filed on January 19th. Today is the 31st. So it's taken them, what, 12 days to call me up on the phone and say, hey, serve me. They could have called me 12 days ago when they first did this, as opposed to calling me here at the beginning of this a few days ago.
So if I were to consider setting it over to another day, how much time do you need? A week?
Probably 10 days. That's probably fair. It gives me a week and a weekend to look at things.
Mr. Bueno, did you receive, I believe my bailiff told me you received a copy of the opposition to the hearing. In large part, there's not a long document, but there's some contesting of the underlying actions back at the prison a few years ago. But the whole gist of this entire document is asking for a continuance. We've heard now it's fairly brief of a continuance. What are your thoughts on that?
The damage has been done, and it's taken this amount of time to at least have a hearing on the matter. My thoughts are the threats to myself and my family instigated by Mr. Rebar are going to continue.
Objection.
And I believe that's his intention at this point, to continue to post inflammatory conduct in violation of NRS 200-575. And so I did briefly be able to review his opposition. I did note his continuance in writing of those false allegations as well.
What are your thoughts on going now versus just plain language with me? And maybe I didn't ask a good question, but what are your thoughts on doing it now versus next Friday, some point after that? Or I'm sorry, next Wednesday. We normally hear these absent a special set on Wednesdays. So if it were to go on a normal schedule, what are your thoughts on a future hearing as opposed to doing it now?
I would like a hearing as soon as possible. Obviously, there's exigency with ongoing threats to my family.
Okay.
So as soon as possible.
And I read in your original application, and this just goes to whether or not I continue this, an allegation of threats, and that is a word, like many others, that's subject to interpretation. For example, I have a case where the definition of tumultuous is at issue, and tumultuous, when you read it in a dictionary, is violent, riotous, loud types of activity. But in normal communication, you could say that, the Buffalo Bills, for example, had a tumultuous season, ups and downs and losses and injuries and the like. So when I hear the word threats, the context for a protective order, what I'm looking at is like either an explicit or an implied threat of actual physical harm to you, your family, your property. That's the type that I'm concerned about when I'm looking to continue or not. Has there been, on the recordings you've watched or communications you've had, that type of threat from Mr. Rebar himself?
Yes, sir.
Describe one.
His comments are a matter of record. The commentary from his false statements that he's made. I've received phone calls advising that they know where I live, they know where my children go to school. I've had family contacted with the same type of comments, all fueled from his false accusations.
Other people have reached out, not Mr. Rebar, is what you're saying?
I stopped answering the unknown callers but I'm still getting them through my voice messages through work. I'm not listening to all of them at this point because they're extremely vile.
What about a specific threat from Mr. Rebar right now? I'm gonna come to your house and follow you in your vehicle everywhere you go to annoy you, or I'm going to hit you, or I'm going to do something to your property. Anything explicit like that?
I would have to go through the hundreds and hundreds of comments in order to specifically see. I don't watch all the content of his videos. I have someone that's doing that. So I would have to defer, and maybe that would be a time to be able to adequately present those as well.
Okay. So on the continuance question. It sounds like both parties could use time to prepare their, essentially, presentations, marshal their evidence. Normally in these hearings, they are fairly quick and summary. I hear verbal descriptions, make a decision. But it sounds like, while I could likely do that, this one is well, like all cases, it's important to both parties. So I'm inclined, I guess, to continue it, but the question is to when. Before we started, when I saw this opposition to the hearing, I'll call it opposition today, I'll call it a motion to continue. Check with the clerk, had her check into the future, and we'd only, because of we were in the middle of hearings when I received this request. I looked as far out as the following week. Next Wednesday, there's only one case, the small claims at 1 o'clock, and there's the ability to come in later, say 2 o'clock, and there'd be about 3 hours that I could obligate the court to. It wouldn't be me, I'm already assigned elsewhere, but next Thursday, 2 o'clock, we could set this. It's not quite as much time as Mr. Rebar asking for, but I think it also strikes a balance on the potential concerns that Mr. Bueno is bringing forward, his underlying concern for and allegations for safety. So, is it correct, Ms. Clerk, that 2 o'clock next week is free if there's a small claims at 1 and that's it? Okay. That's Wednesday the 7th. Okay. That date isn't set in stone. Those are my thoughts on it. Mr. Rebar, is that possible for you?
Thursday, 2 p.m., sir?
Wednesday, 2 p.m.?
Wednesday, 2 p.m.
Next Wednesday?
I will make that happen. That gives me more time than I've had since last night to look at the papers and respond.
And is that
Yes, sir.
acceptable to you? Okay. Like I said, it will not be me. I have a prior trial set in a different jurisdiction. There'll be another judge sitting here, 2 o'clock next Wednesday the 7th, to discuss the merits. Mr. Rebar, you would likely want to, I'm not going to, I don't know what information may change between now and then, so I'm not going to have this be a continuing order for cameras in the courtroom. I've allowed it in the limited manner today after our arguments. So if you wish to do it again, put in a request, and either the normal judges or the judge who will be presiding that day can have advance notice to look at it. So my order was for today. So if you wish to do a recording next time, another request, okay?
Yes, sir.
A notice. Oh.
My address should be on my responsive motions. It should be on the top, I think.
Okay, and then, Mr. Bueno, do you need any additional notice of next Wednesday at 2 o'clock?
I'm sorry?
Do you need any additional notice? She was gonna mail a notice to, Mr. Remar? You have it? Okay. All right, we'll mail out notices, and you're both on notice, and Mr. Rebar, you are, for legal purposes, considered to have been served with the document. You've received it, you've acknowledged it, and you've made an appearance in court. So service is complete. I think that's it for today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
As I recall, you're the same way. You went down things very precisely. I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
Thank you.
This is that Walkowitz case? All right, the next case is case number 24, PO for protective order 23, Jason Jeffrey Bueno versus Drew Rebar. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And this is a request for a protective order, as I said. I also received from Mr. Rebar a responsive pleading, and we made sure a copy got to Mr. Bueno, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. With respect to this hearing, I'll hear from both parties. And Mr. Rebar, do you have anybody other than yourself expected to testify today?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And Mr. Bueno, do you have anybody in addition to yourself expected to testify today?
No, sir.
Okay. So then I'm going to have the two of you raise your right hand and be sworn. You don't have to stand up, but that's okay. You both solemnly swear that the testimony today will be the truth, and so help you God.
So help me God.
All right. Thank you. Have a seat. This is a request for a restraining order by Mr. Bueno, so I'm going to ask you first. Can I call you Mr. Bueno or Officer Bueno?
Whatever you prefer, sir.
Okay. I'll ask Mr. Bueno to tell me why you think it's necessary for me to sign a protective order in this case.
Thank you, sir. On August 30th of 2022, I responded to a call for service at the Northern Nevada Correctional Center at the request of the warden and staff. During the course of that investigation, Mr. Rebar was arrested. That arrest was reviewed for probable cause by Justice Court judges, and Mr. Rebar pled no contest on 6/20 of 23. The deal being for Mr. Rebar to not enter the prison complex for a period of 6 months, at which time they would agree to a deal and dismiss the case against him because it wasn't a violent.
So that was the term of the plea negotiation?
Yes, sir. I do have a video, a record of that, as well as my understanding that the clerk can reference those videos if you need them, sir. Specifically on 6/20 of 23, when Mr. Rebar pled no contest without duress to these charges.
Okay.
Since that time, Mr. Rebar has filed multiple false complaints against myself. Specifically, and prior to the no contest pleading, he made a complaint to the sheriff's office that he was tortured during this arrest. That investigation concluded that there was no such evidence and no such torture, period. And Mr. Rebar was adequately notified of that. Since the time that the charges were dismissed, Mr. Rebar has continued to fabricate that this was a false arrest. The court is very well aware of the no contest pleadings and how that works. But since then, he has gone online to no less than 10 different YouTube videos as well as on social media, and has deliberately lied and defamed and edited videos that he has posted, claiming that he was tortured, which was fully investigated, and claiming that he was falsely arrested, which is not true under his no contest pleading and record with the court. The videos that he has continued to post, he's cut off deliberate things that would go against the narrative that he's trying to prove, i.e. body camera footage from myself that showed all the air conditioning fully on and in the low setting. He has cut those off, and he deliberately distorts the facts in order to drum up financial and social support for himself and his cause. Since that time, false statements that he continues to make, I don't care about his personal vile comments towards myself, but this has turned into a frenzy that has endangered my 9 and 11-year-old children.
Take your time.
I've received multiple phone calls from individuals stating that they know my children's names, where they go to school, and where we live. Mr. Rebar continues with these untrue statements that have endangered my family. My family has been called as well, and also threatened. I'm receiving multiple threats, sometimes daily, to my personal cell, to my work, to my supervisors, on social media platforms, as a response of Mr. Rebar's campaign. I have all the dates and times of when Mr. Rebar was arraigned, when he pled guilty. All the video, including the body camera video that I had on during the entire time, that showed his window down during the first 16 minutes that he was in the vehicle, as well as the air conditioning being fully on during the roughly 12-minute transport to the sheriff's office. Mr. Rebar made no complaint to me, period, of ever being hot or uncomfortable in the vehicle. Despite these facts that are clearly recorded on video, my family is in danger. I've had to take multiple steps with their school, with protecting my residents, to protect my young children. Despite this, Mr. Rebar, and based on his statements, misleading, the comments continue to pour in via his channel and unchecked. And I'm asking the court today, based on the facts of this case that are well documented, to please help protect my children.
And what you're saying, these are all a result of the general comments Mr. Rebar is making about the incident that are false?
Yes, sir. Deliberate defamation, despite the facts that he's been presented, the complete distortion of every aspect of this case, deliberately and knowingly defaming me, which is not First Amendment covered, I'll refer to NRS, NRS 200-575 of stalking, as well as the addition of aggravated stalking by the use of internet networking sites, electronic mail, text messaging, and any other similar means of communication to publicly display or distribute information in a manner that subsequently increases the risk of harm or violence to the victim, which is a Category C felony. I've been in contact with my attorneys, and it's very clear that until I take the steps to protect my family, they're going to continue to be endangered by Mr. Rebar's lies and defamation.
Has Mr. Rebar spoken to you directly?
We have an exchange briefly at the sheriff's office when he was trying to film not too long ago, but I haven't had any other direct contact with him. He just chooses his platform.
So I think in your application you talk about a couple of telephone calls to yourself and to your mother-in-law, ex-mother-in-law?
Yes, sir.
And do you maintain that Mr. Rebar made those calls or somebody else, or do you know?
I don't think it was Mr. Rebar. I think it was in line with his commentary on social media and YouTube platforms that has clearly released my information, encouraged people to contact me, and by him deliberately distorting and lying about every aspect of this case, those comments and those people that follow him have a very vile and vicious way of trying to attack without even knowing the facts themselves. And again, Mr. Rebar is fully aware of every fact of this case and yet continues to deliberately distort them to fit his narrative.
So Mr. Rebar himself has never, or has he threatened your children?
No, sir, not that I'm aware of. However, I do need to add a caveat that I have not gone through. My attorneys certainly will go through the thousands of comments that are on his pages to certainly ensure that that is fact that I'm telling you now. Again, referring back to specifically issues that I have of stalking, And if I could read the definition of a person who without lawful authority willfully or maliciously engages in a course of conduct directed towards a victim that would cause a reasonable person under similar circumstances to feel terrorized, frightened, intimidated, harassed, or fearful for his or her immediate safety or the immediate safety of a family member or household member, and that actually causes the victim to feel terrorized, frightened, intimidated, harassed, or fearful for his or her immediate safety or the immediate safety of a family or household member, commits the crime of stalking. It's very clear that this situation, deliberately orchestrated by Mr. Rebar, has gone beyond any official capacity that I have as a deputy sheriff, and has clearly threatened my family. And I'm simply asking the court to help protect my family.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bueno. Mr. Rebar, your comments. Why don't you think I should issue this restraining order?
My actions don't meet the black and the white of the statutes. My actions are protected under Article 1, Section 9 of the Nevada Constitution. My actions are protected under the First Amendment of the United States of America. My actions are only capturing images and disseminating them to the public. There have been several accusations made against me here that are just in fact untruthful. The only thing that I'm out there doing, Your Honor, is I believe we have a corrupt government. I'm a businessman, as my response says. I didn't want to get off my butt and stop running my business. I'm just out there now watching our government, like our government's watched my business for the last 20 years or so, and they come in every couple of years with their men, with their badges, and with their guns, and they go through my papers, and they examine my business, and it's a biannual audit, Your Honor. And if they find something wrong, several years ago, one of their officers, a guy named BJ, he wrote me a citation based on an assembly bill that hadn't been codified. These are the things that I deal with in our society, in our government. I just posted a video about our DMV yesterday. Our DMV is seizing papers from customers that have bought vehicles and having law enforcement hold them for 8 months while they investigate, and not issuing titles to people and giving people their property, Article 1, Section 1 of the Nevada Constitution. You and I, Deputy Bueno, everybody in this room has a constitutional right to property, yet our DMV is withholding titles for some bogus investigations they're doing. So I got off my butt, stopped running my business the way that I had for decades. Picked up my camera, it's not on right now. And I was out on a public roadway, in a public parking lot, at a law enforcement facility, NRS 171-1233, peace officer. A prison, by definition, has peace officers inside. Can't go there and film when the law says you can go film law enforcement activities. The legislature is very specific in their language, and the governor signed it. And then you go out there and you're trying to have a conversation with somebody because you're in their parking lot and walking down a public roadway. And then you're arrested supposedly because you wore a blue shirt and you were trespassed. Now, Deputy Bueno goes into the fact that I entered a plea agreement. Now, I had representation. And what my attorney told me, Mr. Richard Salvatore, and I did talk to him a little bit about this. I spent about 30 minutes on the phone with him. He looked at my response, and he just didn't have enough time to help out. You know how you attorneys are. His schedule was a little bit full, and he thought I could probably do okay. But Deputy Bueno arrives, and within 40 seconds of him opening his door, he had me in handcuffs. How do you do an investigation in 40 seconds? Now, the fact of the case is, yes, I did enter a plea agreement with my attorney's advice, and what my attorney's advice is, dismissed is dismissed is dismissed. However you got to dismissed does not matter. And I said, okay. And he goes, if you want to go to trial with this, probably going to be $20,000 to $30,000. So my decision was, do I give up my rights for 6 months, or do I go out of pocket 20 or 30,000 to prove a point that gets the same end result? So my law, and I did put this on the record when I did take the plea agreement, that it was a quid pro quo specifically for this. And then I look at the United States Supreme Court decision under Thompson versus Clark, and I read that. And what that says, if you're not found guilty, it was a malicious prosecution, and you can go under a 1983 lawsuit. If I'm not an attorney, you are, Your Honor. I'm just reading it from a layman's perspective. But when my attorney says dismissed is dismissed is dismissed, and then I go read the Supreme Court decision, and then I ponder $30,000 in fees, well, $30,000, okay. I will stop, and if you look at my videos, and I address this in my response, I stopped publishing for a period of time there. My speech was stifled. I'm not publishing anything that is not out there. I'm not taking anything bad I might have done on there. If you go and you look at my YouTube channel, I submitted that as an exhibit. If you want to get to the process of entering any evidence, we want to go explore that. I open up my entire self when I'm out there talking to people. People can judge me and my actions just as they can judge Deputy Bueno's, or if you're in public or any of us are in a public space, we're there to be judged. We live in a society now where, like the press was many hundreds of years ago, and the church was trying to quash the press. We live in a society now where I'm sure you got one or two of these in your pocket, sir. I'm sure everybody in this room does, and if we see something funny, we probably whip it out and record it. Seems to be how our society is. Or everywhere we go, in this room, how many cameras are there? Throughout the sheriff's office, how many cameras do they have? On our street corners, do we have cameras? We've got cameras everywhere. The government controls most of them. I'm just one guy with one camera. And I publish what I see out there about our government, and I'm critical of our government. I am critical of Deputy Bueno. I believe his actions were incorrect and they were wrong, and I have filed a lawsuit, and I do appreciate our Nevada Supreme Court in their ruling of Mack versus Williams, because that gives me an opportunity to bring it into the state courts, because what my goal is, go on my channel again and look, my goal is to bring some change to our system. I want an accountable government. I don't see our government as being accountable anymore. When I go through and do some studies, and I try to look up oppression under the color of law and how many lawsuits have happened in the state of Nevada, as I mentioned in my response, I've got a LexisNexis subscription. I find very, very, very few oppression under color of law decisions out there. And you ask yourself, why would that be? The government certainly writes a lot of tickets and brings a lot of people in front of you for misactions on their parts. But where do the misactions of government really come back? And I haven't really seen any accountability. And that's what I'm about. This is not about Deputy Bueno in any way personally for me at all. He's a deputy. I don't, his personhood, God bless him on his personal time. God bless him being the best father he can be. But I'm not after anything in his personal world. I've asked the people that watch my stuff to not contact him. I have told them to petition their government for change. And perhaps what he's upset about is they are contacting his work, because that is petitioning the government for change. And if we can't petition our government, if we can't have freedom of press, and we can't speak what we believe is truth and be held accountable, if Deputy Bueno believes my speech is libelous, sue me for libel. Don't try to get a restraining order against me. This is further fear. Deputy Bueno in the first hearing the other day even insinuated that there were criminal charges both for, why can't I think, I'm sorry, both for misdemeanors and the greater crimes. He said that they're going to charge me for something else. I don't know what I'm doing that's wrong other than highlighting the government, showing what's going on, telling a story to the public for them to disseminate and hopefully vote about and make change to our system. This is America. This is what this is about. It's not shutting me down.
Why does he get to he shut me down when I was filming once already, and then he did torture and hotbox me. If you look at the video, it's clear. That's why the people are mad, because my face before he put me in, and my face when he brought me out in the booking room, and I was very clear with him in the booking room, I said, you hotboxed me. He took his camera off, faced it at me, and I clearly remember, you hotboxed me. I might have not have told him when he was torturing me. Maybe I should have, maybe I shouldn't have, I don't know. I can be prideful sometimes. Maybe I should have just caved in and said, you know, stop torturing me. But sometimes when it's happening, you're not really aware of it. I mean, I was just slowly heating up is what happened. And like I said, go look at the video. Go look at the sweat dripping off my face. Sweat dribbled right here. He even commented on how wet I was. It's all in the video. He says that there are video cameras of him opening vents and the air conditioning was on low. His testimony was low air conditioning. 95, have you ever been back in one of those cages? Rhetorical question, I don't expect you to answer, Your Honor. I'm a 55-year-old man now. What was I, 53 when this happened, roughly, or 54, somewhere in there. I've never been arrested. I've never been in handcuffs in my life. I've always towed the line. I think my record might have a couple speeding tickets on it if you go back through the decades. I've tried to be a good citizen. I participate in our community. I don't know what I'm doing wrong or how I've threatened this man in the ways that the law says that he's accusing me of. I'm a black and white human being. Gray is very hard for me. I deny every allegation that he's got against me, and I think that this is truly harassment. And I understand this is a unique slapback that I've done here, that it's not generally done this way. But again, as I spoke to my attorney, Rich Salvatore, yesterday, he goes, I've done a lot of these and it meets the definitions. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. Rebar. And I'll let you rebut if you want to.
Yes, sir. It's very clear that Mr. Rebar has a case, a personal vendetta that he is out. His YouTube page is full of verbal altercations with anybody that he can strike up. On September 28th of 2022, he went to the prison to demand some type of paperwork, at which point he filed a false report of battery against the deputy director, which was investigated.
Objection. There's a lawsuit.
Excuse me.
What's the basis of your
Anything that you
objection?
have to say?
There's currently a lawsuit against Deputy Quenga.
Just a second.
There's currently a lawsuit against Deputy Quenga. I did not drop it.
All right.
There's a lawsuit upstairs against him. Mack versus Williams, sir.
All right. I'm not going to rule either way on your objection, because it is argument that he made, and I take it that way, as opposed to the direct evidence. Go ahead.
Sir, my point being that Mr. Rebar has a history of false allegations against public officials. Just a few minutes ago, he stated that he was on a public roadway. I have the video of his pleading no contest, at which point his attorney makes comment that Mr. Rebar didn't know it was not a public roadway and it was a controlled access. So Mr. Rebar continues with this narrative in his mind of what he believes is the absolute truth. Low temperature means that the temperature was on low. You can clearly hear all the fans going. There was no manipulation of anything. Mr. Rebar deliberately cut that out of his video so nobody can see that the temperature was on low for him in the vehicle. But he continues to fabricate these lies. And I guess it's my understanding that he's admitting to perjury if now that he's saying that his pleading of no contest was under some type of duress. Attorneys and the judge makes it very clear of knowing what entering into this plea means and gives him the opportunity to dispute that, not go on an anti-government rant, because his intention today, if this order is not granted, is to post all the content to his page with his narrative of corrupt government. That has nothing to do with the case of my children being threatened because of his defamation. And I would refer back again to A libel is a gross misdemeanor. A libel is a malicious defamation expressed by printing, writing, signs, pictures, or the like, tending to blacken the memory of the dead, or to impeach the honesty, integrity, virtue, or reputation, or to publish the natural defects of a living person or persons, or community of persons, or association of persons, and thereby to expose them to public hatred, contempt, or ridicule. Every person, whether the writer or the publisher convicted of this offense, is guilty of a gross misdemeanor. I could sit here all day long, Your Honor, and grandstand of the fact that I've been a United States Marine and sworn oath to the Constitution, a law enforcement officer over 18 years. That has nothing to do with this case. What has everything to do with this case is that there's factual evidence that Mr. Rebar was not tortured, he was not falsely arrested, but his deliberate false narrative, equaling to defamation, which will be handled in other court avenues, of course, is whipping these people up into a frenzy that haven't even heard any of the evidence at all, and that's publicly contacting me, privately contacting me, and threatening my children. As I said in the beginning, if you want to call me every name in the book, I'm a grown man, I can do that. But when it comes to crossing the line, Mr. Rebar should be held accountable for his deliberate misrepresentation, though there are clear facts. If Your Honor would like to see, I have in my pocket the flash drive of all my body cam footage of all the pleadings that Mr. Rebar did in court, fully unedited. It also shows the camera in the back seat of the vehicle, fully showing him the entire time he was back there, windows down, air conditioning fully on. I have nothing to hide. Unfortunately, Mr. Rebar's goal is to, try this in the course of public opinion to fit his social gain. I would love to be able to present all the facts in this hearing to actually prove that his deliberate lies are endangering my young children.
Thank you. And what I'm going to do is, well, first of all, your counterclaim, this is pretty low court. It exceeds our jurisdiction here. And so you're going to have to take that up as some other forum. And you said you had filed a complaint or a civil complaint in this matter?
Yes.
You're in the process of it or something?
If you look in the first response from last week, you'll see a copy of the complaint, and it's upstairs.
Okay. All right. And that was my recollection also. But I'm going to make a decision on this, and I'm going to send it out to you both. I'm going to take it under submission because I want to look at some things before I do make a decision. It's a unique case in that it's not directed at a specific person who made specific statements that endangered your family. It's statements by somebody that would cause somebody else to make a statement.
Yes, sir.
So it's a little unusual in that facet of it. But I'll make a decision. If I do grant the restraining order, protective order, it will be in effect for 45 days. At the end of that 45 days, you'll be subject to another hearing on whether it should be extended or not. If it's not extended, that'll be the end of it. If I don't grant the protective order, I always tell people not to take that to heart. In other words, that process is still available to both of you if further facts come to evidence or there are further occasions where you feel threatened. You can always go back and file another protective order. And so I just want to make sure you understand that. And that goes, frankly, if this thing ends after 45 days, you could still, if there were actions after that, file another request or a new request for a protective order. So keep that in mind also. I'll make a decision on this. I appreciate the comments that both of you have made. They've helped me in this matter understand what's going on, and thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We'll be in recess on this case.
I guess, I'm sorry, sir, just to clarify, we're done for today?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I've got another case, so you two are done.
Appreciate it.